this when it does go live.
Okay, we are now live. We should be coming through for the folks in the live stream. Just sent out the social media blast for everyone. It looks like we got some number of listeners in here already. So welcome everyone to what will be Roundtable 102. Shooting something out in the chat there. All right. Peter sound checking there. All right. So yeah, hello everyone that is in the live stream. Numbers are bouncing around a little bit. So yeah, we're here for a special roundtable 102. Let's save the intros until we start the show so we don't have to go over it twice. I feel like I do that on occasion with the YouTube is I'll say something before we start the proper podcast and then I have to just repeat it once we go through the intro. So
yeah.
Then we're doing something a little bit different here. So let me mute real quick for the I'm doing both things through here, both our guests as well as the intro are gonna have to come from the same thing but from different plugs. So everything's gonna get muted now except for the intro. We'll be back on the other side.
The Dark Tower by Stephen King. The man in black fled across the desert, and the gunslinger followed.
Go then. There are other worlds than these. Death, but not for you, gunslinger.
It's time we had our own Palaver, I think, and it's going to take a while.
And yet, dauntless, the slug horn to my lips I set, and blew. Child Roland to the Dark Tower came.
We are quartet, one from many. Let the Palaver begin.
Hello and welcome to Dark Tower Palaver. This is our podcast covering Stephen King's magnum opus, The Dark Tower series. My name is Tad.
And I'm Peter.
And today we're actually having a special episode. We've kind of talked about it a little bit on previous episodes as kind of a teaser. So part of this is actually part of our Patreon. One of our Patreon, our highest Patreon level, which all of our Patreon things are Gunslinger related. And so our top level is Gunslinger of the Eld, because, I mean, I guess I should have made a Man in Black level maybe as the top one, because, of course, Man in Black is the best, right, Peter?
No.
But yeah, so Alan is one of those, and one of the benefits of that is to co-host a show with us. So Alan, you want to introduce yourself as well as your guest?
Hey guys, Alan here from Oregon. Big fan, followed you guys for years now. I have my best friend, Mr. Hooper.
Word.
We are Dark Tower fans, egregious Dark Tower fans. As I was telling Tad and Peter, it's like, this is my buddy who introduced me to the Dark Tower, and so I can talk to him about my addiction, and everything's cool.
That's awesome.
Good to have a friend on the crazy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's where Peter's at as well. You know, I definitely got him into it to have someone to geek out with this stuff as well. So that's the most important thing sometimes, because I mean, we've heard it from a lot of emailers over the years too. It just feels like this is one you want to share with people. Mm-hmm. So it's always hard if it's just you. So I think everyone tries at least one time to get someone to read it, and they're either successful or not. Some we've heard that the friend didn't pick it up, and the person ended up not having anyone to geek out with, and that's a sad thing.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like there's different media out there where people want someone to share in either, you know, their pain or their enjoyment with it. The one that always comes to my mind is that, man, I don't want to watch Schindler's List alone. You know, like I don't want to have to like go through that by myself. But then there's things like, you know, like the one that just recently ended, WandaVision. You know, you want to share something awesome like that with someone, or The Mandalorian. You know, the Disney Plus stuff right now. But even like TV shows and everything. But The Dark Tower is just so much more, because there's so much to it with, you know, 7/8 books, depending on what you want to consider main.
Yeah, I mean, there's the main story, obviously, and
yeah,
and also short stories that go along with it, and comic books. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
That's the beauty part of your podcast is because it brings that to people that may not have their Dark Tower bro,
Yeah.
or their friend and that they can confide in to talk about these crazy topics or hypothetical situations that are so brilliant.
Yeah, and I think that's the most rewarding thing from our side is just having heard those stories of people that have connected with each other through our show. Like that's definitely the most rewarding and maybe unexpected. I don't know if I necessarily visualized that going in, but it has been
Yeah.
awesome to see.
Well, I mean, I didn't visualize having fans. I mean, we talked about it before we started the show that, hey, if we do this and we have one person listening that we never hear from, great. We're still just going to have an outlet to be able to talk and have a podcast and everything like that. The fact that we're on here now with two fans co-hosting the show from our Patreon blows my mind that this is where we're at with this podcast, with this show.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. And like according to YouTube, if it's correct, we got a dozen people in the chat. So,
Well, I mean, one of those is me, so.
yeah, and you don't count.
No, I don't.
So, yeah, so we're going to have these guys on as guest hosts. So we'll just go ahead and roll through with the intro real quick. If you're a new listener, first of all, I want to warn you about spoilers. We're going to spoil everything in the Dark Tower series, most likely. It seems like it's we're habitual spoilers when it comes to things like character endings and or the ending of the series. So if you're wandering through somewhere in the series that's not the end, you may want to stick to our book club episodes. Those ones we stay where we're at or before. We never go ahead. On roundtables, though, from this point on, you're at your own risk if you have not finished the series. If you want to find us, you can find us on Apple Podcasting. You can stream us on Spotify or Stitcher or any podcasting service. If you can subscribe, rate, and review us on any of those services where that is applicable, that always that always helps the show. As well as if you could want to check out our website, darktowerpalaver.com. You'll see the show notes there for the episode. We have some articles we're going to be covering. And for instance, there's an interview in one of them that we only cover a couple of the questions because it's the Stephen King related stuff. If you want to read the whole thing, you can find that at the show notes at darktowerpalaver.com. As well as our new listener questions. If you are a new listener, you can find those questions, and it's ones that we've worked out over the years that help introduce you to us as the extended content, which you are now part of. You can answer one of those. You can answer all of those. It's totally up to you, and those are a lot of fun. And then Patreon, as I mentioned earlier, is why Alan is with us here as a co-host with his friend Hooper. Is because he is one of our patrons. We definitely appreciate that, and you can find us over at patreon.com/darktowerpalaver, as well as there's also our Discord server, which is always a lot of fun as shenanigans is constantly afoot. It's always good to dagger Peter throughout the week.
Yeah.
It's not just when we record.
It's just a new way for people to
Torment you.
torment me. Yep.
It's really the main selling point to Discord is tormenting you. So, and then if you want to contact us, Peter can tell you the ways about that.
Best way to reach us is email. It's darktowerpalaver@gmail.com. You can stream all of our shows. It's youtube.com/darktowerpalaver. Make sure to like, subscribe, ring the bell to get notifications for when we go live. And then our social media is facebook.com/darktowerpalaver. And then the Twitter is @darktowerpod. That's @darktowerpod. And Instagram is Dark Tower Palaver, all one word, no spaces.
Yes, indeed. So let's start off with some introductions. So Alan and Hooper, let's talk some Stephen King / Dark Tower origin stories. That's I think kind of like I said with the intro questions, it's always good to kind of get to know where people are at and how they got there. So let's do that for anyone, maybe especially new listeners. I know, Alan, you've sent us emails over the years, so if anyone's a longtime listener, they may know you. They probably know you, but for maybe a new listener, what do you got?
So as far as my Dark Tower, like when the first time I went down the Dark Tower, or first Stephen King interaction, or
Yes, both.
Yes.
oh, okay. My mom read Dean Koontz and Stephen King and Bachman, of course, and other things. And she always had books on the shelves, and she loved plants. And so when I was growing up, this is a little weird. When I was growing up, I always remembered her watering the plants and seeing the books on her bookshelf, and I was creeped out by I think it was the cover of the Dead Zone or something like that. Just looked weird. So it was always around. My parents kind of talked about it, but I didn't get into it later till like high school or after then. And the first that I got into was after my dad had shown me The Shining, the movie, So I looked up the book, and I could not finish the book. It freaked me out too bad. I was like, this is insane. Like, this is not the movie. This isn't, oh, friendly Stanley Kubrick just showing us how things are and playing, like he's the Christopher Nolan of his time back in the day. It's the most realistic version of whatever. And this book was insane. It was the scene when they had the hedge animals
Oh
and they
yeah,
started turning their heads towards uh, Jack. Was it Jack?
No,
Danny. Danny.
Jack and
It's
Danny
both.
both have
Yeah.
experiences.
They both
yeah.
have interactions with that.
Mhm.
I think it was Danny. That one just made me God. And at that point, I was kind of like, well, this is kind of ew. And excuse me, I had read some of the Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
Is it or
Mhm.
Night Shift? I can't remember which one. With there's the one with the guy that has the eyes in his hands, like he's an astronaut and he comes back from space and he's dealing with his acclimation, and it was sometime in the future, but he starts growing eyeballs out of his hands, and I was like, this is crazy. Who comes up with this?
I think that one might be Night Shift because I just did Skeleton Crew recently, and I don't think I've read that one
Yep.
yet. So
I think it was Night Shift. It was wild. Anyway, so that I just little bits here and there until this guy over here started pushing me on the Dark Tower. I think we talked about Carrie, but like we were talking about films mostly.
yeah, because I still okay. So I still haven't actually seen Carrie, the original Sissy Spacek
Oh,
one.
wow.
Mainly
Why?
because like why?
Why not?
Sissy Spacek, come on.
No, so I'm a jerk and a misanthrope. No, I Sissy Spacek does a really great job of carrying across what Carrie is going through at the end, and anytime I see a clip, I'm just like, no, I don't want any of that. Also, the plug it up scene is one of the most horrifying horror movie moments I've ever seen or read.
Oh my God.
Horror
yeah,
scenes, period. And so I have seen parts of that clip, but I'm just like, nah, I really don't, I don't need that in my life. Like to be perfectly honest, I've until about at most 10 years ago, I had read essentially every Stephen King book. Uh, I'd read every Stephen King book except for Lisey's Story and It, actually, of all things.
Wow.
Yeah, and so and out of all of those, to me, Carrie is the most terrifying. So um I don't need that in my sleep. Uh,
you know,
and that's just where that is. Like I love my Stephen King and I like the occasional horror movie, but I'm really a big old soft chicken nugget at heart.
Chicken nugget.
And some of these, yeah, some of that stuff will get to me. So like reading Stephen King as a habit, as a constant reader, is like out of character for me because like I do not watch horror movies for the most part. I'll watch horror science fiction because it's science fiction, but and like, oh, it's a spaceship. Alien, greatest horror movie of all time, actually terrifying on a conceptual level. And I saw it when I was like 10 and didn't stop having nightmares about it until I was like 15. And it's one of my favorite movies, but like that's all that level of stuff
So
is what I'll allow.
would you say Stephen King's kind of like a flame that you can put your hand to when you're ready?
Yeah, well, it's almost like how people deal with phobias.
Okay, yeah, you confront it little bits at a
Yeah.
time.
Like eventually I became a dad, and I don't have the luxury of being horrified of spiders anymore. So, letting myself leaving the house, because everybody else is scared of spiders, two little kids and the wife, and it's like, well, I guess I gotta
So
put on my man
that's one thing
pants.
I'd like to touch on is we've never actually talked about what Mordred meant to you.
Oh,
And
right.
but we don't want to get into that right away. I don't know if these guys want to go down that tangent. Tangents, yeah, tangents. Hashtag tangents.
yeah.
But
That's
the
what we're
origin
about
story
here.
is actually, of all things, Dreamcatcher, the movie Dreamcatcher.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and because that came out when I was 19-ish, and I was a huge Jason Lee fan at the time because of Mallrats and all the View Askew stuff by Kevin
Yep.
Smith.
Yeah, we love that.
And Thomas Jane was in it, and Thomas Jane, big fan of him. And I was like, well, I'm gonna go watch this movie and get myself pee-pee scared. Might as well read the book and
Square
do it at home before I do it in public. Um, and I read Dreamcatcher, and it alluded to elements of it, and I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I haven't seen
Hmm.
a novelist interconnect their books before, because I'm a huge comic book fan, and that's how all of that works. Um, and so whilst working, being employed at a movie theater, our local ultra haunted movie theater, I started trying to read it, and could not because I had to work in that empty theater.
Yeah. Oh man. No, we worked at the same theater during college. Yeah, and
Might be a wolf man in
wow.
there.
No, it was just weird. You get a weird vibe, and like King puts that into your mind in
Mm.
such a way that it's so easy to relate to the way he interprets those moments where something extraordinary may be happening or you're not aware or something's messing with you for whatever reason. That's the weird thing always with bad guys. Like their motives really,
Mhm.
we don't know Randall Flagg's motive most of the time, other than he's just a jerk.
Oh yeah, just being
I'm sorry.
so knob.
I gotta chime in real fast. So what I just heard is that Randall Flagg's a bad guy
No,
That's what I just heard.
that's false.
as
Oh,
a villain.
No, Randall
Yeah.
Flagg is Forrest Gump in most of this stuff, but it just doesn't work out for him like it does in Forrest Gump. Eating alive is not, losing your wife to some terrible, it's terrible.
Getting
You
nuked.
feel bad for him. I did.
Crowd.
I do feel bad for the way he went out on some levels because I don't know. That might be blasphemy in this circle, but I'm serious. I don't know. I don't really. Okay. He can't read it. I can't read The Stand. I like the play Waiting for Godot that came out back in the what was it, the 30s?
I am the worst theater student.
Anyway, Waiting for Godot is a renown for just waiting. It's just these guys waiting. The Stand drags so far through the weeds. I had to skim through it and try to do an audiobook, and it just still kills me. I haven't paid attention or given that the concentration that it deserves. But I know Randall Flagg is a rat asshole in that, and excuse my French. But because that's how he do, and
Mhm.
you got to figure out his motivation. Like, what is his real motivation? That's
He's
the
evil.
biggest question I think out of any character throughout his entire
Right.
pantheon. We don't know what Randall Flagg, aside from being like the living atonement of the demigod Loki,
I got a whole
he's an asshole.
I got a whole flag thing that we can get around to eventually, but um, yeah, no, I think his whole thing is he's just the jerkest of jerks. Like he's just a jerk. He's that kid in high school who flicks your ear just because he can.
He's fifth Tannen of the universe.
Yeah.
He's
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, well, I guess this is gonna fall flat with some people who haven't read it, but he's Henry Bowers.
Oh, I don't know about
Yeah.
that.
Oh
That-
God,
that's some slander there. That's some straight up slander. How dare you?
no, that's my new personal low for like if anyone knows if like there's that one kid in that group of kids that's just the little bastard. That's Bowers. That
Yeah,
poor
Bowers.
kid is so fucked up.
Yeah.
He's the worst.
Yeah.
I can't care.
But it's
Like, he's the
circumstance.
worst.
It's not his fault, but it's terrible. It's sad.
Yeah.
Anyway, another way that King captures some of the ugly things of society.
Yeah, and really, Flag is the he's the little evil. He's the petty evil.
It's the devil compared to Cthulhu.
I'm just
And-
enjoying this whole flag is evil conversation. It's really enriching to me.
I also
That
wanted
doesn't mean that he's not the star of the show. I think that's
Still,
the deal. Is
the question has never been whether or not he's a good character or whether or not he's the star. The question comes down to is Tad says he's not evil, that he's not the bad guy. That is the sole argument when it comes to Flag. And people get misconstrued on that with me. Is that I think that they think that I hate Flag or that I don't enjoy reading about him or listening about him. That's not true. The fact is that he is the bad guy. He is the villain,
Okay,
and he is
just
trying to
gonna
kill you.
I do exactly. Okay. So Peter is right. Tad, we're gonna resolve this issue from now on.
Yes.
Randall Flagg is evil, but he's also the star of the show sometimes.
Oh,
Really,
look
without
at this. This is like pure slander here.
that actor is in all series. Let's just say dream scenario where they say, "Fuck it, we're gonna do all the Dark Tower related stuff," and they get the same actor to play that guy. That guy is the guy that wins the Oscar.
Yeah,
He's going to be working his ass off to play that character.
yeah, for sure.
End of rant.
I do also want to point out that you two have both said that the ones you don't like are both mine and Peter's favorites. One of you said you don't read it. One of you said you don't read The Stand.
Yeah.
Like,
That's our favorite. Yeah, because Tad will read
That's
The
the way the
Stand.
chicken bones fell, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the weird turnaround
No,
is I've watched the hell out of all of the It movies because
Yeah.
Well, they're great.
I can A, cover my eyes if I need to, and B, there's just having them turned visual allows it I guess it allows that disconnect because there's something incredibly personally terrifying about
What
it.
what you're
Yeah.
describing is the difference between terror and horror.
Yeah.
Terror is looming, awful, terrible. Something's going to happen you don't know, and that's where your imagination likes to jump around in circles and go tee.
Yeah.
Like you're going, oh my, what's going to happen?
you know,
Your
I'm
subconscious already knows what's going to happen. You're just not prepared for it. Horror is seeing someone actually getting, axe murdered, like in The Shining or something disgusting, and then you don't have to deal with the what if. It's immediately and right in front of you.
yeah,
So that's a balance of how to write that. So
yeah, for
that's
sure.
at least how it works for me.
KT McPeak here says that in the chat says that Flag is chaos embodied, and that's
That's one of my TET mates from the TET of 19.
okay, and that is
TET of Discord, excuse me. Good lord.
I would say that is that's accurate. That's kind of what I get, what my thought process there. But like, he's still the human chaos, the human evil. Like,
Yeah. Here's the other one from the chat. Agamorphy says, "How many people have RF actually killed though?" And then demon emoji and laughing emoji. Hey, Bobby Terry jumps to mind. All right.
Thanks for the emojis, by the way.
I hate emojis.
And hey, he's Bobby Terry killed the judge, so he deserved to die. And if nothing else, Flag brings people back. Let's not forget Toll there, resurrecting people.
Right.
See, Roland, he massacres towns. Flag comes in and saves people.
They attacked him off of his
He attacked
instructions.
him, yeah.
That's self-defense, sir.
I don't like this.
Okay, look, let me put it this way. My 12-year-old daughter was asking me when she can start reading The Dark Tower. That's how obsessed I am.
Oh.
All right. So she was like, well, what's it rated? Like she's asking me for a rating. I'm like, oh,
R.
if it was a movie, it'd be definitely rated R.
Not X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think my 12-year-old daughter is ready to go through the
the Antichrist.
the Antichrist abortion scene. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think that's. And how do you tout someone that does that as a good guy?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
whole
that's-
sequence is such a. It's what's happening and you understand his reasoning, and you're like, well, that has to happen for greater good, But then how often has that ever worked out for good people?
Well, that's the trick of the story, though,
Yeah.
and of the entire arc of Roland. I mean, I would never. The horrifying thing is in the endy end. You still have to look at it like you don't want him to be somebody who wouldn't do that, but
Because he does it to survive.
well, he does it to save the omniverse, but it's this horrible act that it's like that is absolutely necessary.
So balancing the good guy from the bad guy it's hard to describe, especially when I was doing it to a child, trying to explain this series in some capacity without getting insane. Like like there's a scene in the Venture Brothers where Rusty, I don't know if you guys are familiar, he catches his son listening to Pink Floyd. He passes out at the record player. And he's in a Floyd hole, and they have to put him in ice and bring him back because he went down this trippy, prog rock hole. I feel the same way with my kids. Like it's like Roland is the good guy, and she loved the Dark Tower movie, by the way, which I'm just gonna mention that,
Yeah.
and then I'm
So
gonna move on.
Here's a question I would have is we've talked before about people that have a hard time with the first book where you just put them on the second book because it gives you a recap of the first book. So the question would be is maybe start her at the second book and judge what content might be there that might be.
I would caution. I mean, 12 is a little bit young to be reading what happens in the wastelands. So
Yeah.
you don't want to have
That's what I'm
you don't
thinking.
you don't want to introduce demonic rape too early to child's.
And then you've got the
Lives.
stuff in the next one with Susanna and the brick dude blowing a load in his pants when he
Yep.
Oh
what
yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, all
That's
of
when
that
he
is
calls
all
it
of that
something
is
bombing people,
yeah.
Yeah.
power bombing or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ridiculous. Like that Stephen King has that perverted mannerism with his work that I think is generational. I'll blend it and just say it was a lot of drugs, and it was in the 80s and 70s. So I guess it was just kind of like on the table, and whatever was happening is bad. But for us, it's like Jesus. Like
And
that whole end scene in it is unnecessary, man. Completely unnecessary. And how do you?
yeah,
What?
I think
You can read it till here, and then you can't read it anymore. You can't tell a kid that.
Yeah, because they're gonna
They
read it.
want to read it. That's that good. I don't know.
yeah, I
But
think
it's
I think for
yeah.
sure like
Just that arguable-
it's also personal too. It depends on the kid.
Yeah.
Like I definitely think there's probably some kids because like me, I tried to read the Shining around that age, and like I didn't really connect with it enough because too much of it is not necessarily like the horror of it, but it was the adultness of it that
Yeah.
was just not.
The marriage falling apart.
Yeah,
and
I
the
couldn't.
relationship stuff. You didn't care about that when you
Yeah,
were 12.
yeah, and there's no way to understand that at that age. So
Mhm.
like I think it's definitely. I don't know, because I hear about different people at different ages starting into
Oh, yeah.
King and different stories too, and I think it just really comes down to the person. Same with horror movies, right? Like like me, I watch horror movies since age 5, but other people like they can't, and they watch them. They have to watch later. So
Mhm.
I think it's definitely a personal
well, yeah,
thing.
that's me. Actually, it turns out never. Well, for the Dark Tower, honestly, I would hand a kid. I'd hand a kid. I think. What went through the keyhole?
Not Wizard and Glass. Holy
Oh,
shit.
absolutely not. But I'd had. Well,
Char Tree.
Went through it. No, not even Charlie Tree. It's like Jesus. How many times did they have sex in that book?
all the times. But the no, and the thing is like honestly, went through the keyhole. I mentally replace Wizard and Glass because I just breeze out of that whole book.
Yeah.
So went through the keyhole is basically
I
my
can see that.
replacement for Wizard and Glass. But I would hand a kid went to the keyhole because it's a fairy tale. It's a story that Roland's telling to a kid.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
like
And,
the
Agamorphy.
Harry Potter version of Dark Tower. That's it.
and then
Agamorphy
Eyes of the
says-
Dragon.
Agamorphy says in the chat, says kids can read The Talisman as a starter, as well as Eyes of the Dragon, Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still haven't read Eye of the Dragon, but I have read Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. That one is good for a teenage girl to start with. Teenage
Yeah.
kid, I should say, not just girl, but The Talisman,
is great.
absolutely, yeah, for sure.
All right.
It is great for the Talisman. As a grown man, the Talisman is a deeply unpleasant book in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
Even though I love the Talisman, like there's just both these poor kids. But
Yeah.
and then Tom Gordon actually, I let that one slide off my brain for some reason because it's really good.
Yeah.
And I'd just hand that to a girl, period, because it's great.
Yeah.
The girl in that story is just awesome,
She
and
is.
the story itself is just awesome.
If you
I
have a
have
kid,
no
that,
idea. what
if you have a kid that's been acting up, you give them the long walk and be like, careful.
Yeah, there you go.
You know,
Green Mile. Try this on for size.
or just go full bore and say, "Here's Pet Cemetery."
Oh my God, that's one of the things I love about King is his characters.
Yes, I
Absolutely.
just made Peter like shoot water out of his nose with that comment.
Yes, excellent. That's one.
Excellent.
We
So
gotta get
I-
the other side.
before we jump into the news, I want to mention one thing when it comes to like just reading, because I'm reading it for the first time in probably 8 years or so. And you know what's funny is like I read through some of these gruesome murders in the first scene and like Henry Bauer's pretty horrific thing with Ben.
Mhm.
And none of that bothers me, but like what actually made me just shut it off for the other day was Bill dealing with his parents.
Oh,
with
after
the-
Georgie.
yeah, the after effects of the dead brother. Like
See,
it was just like to me, I'm just like this is harder for me than like
that's
Pennywise ripping kids apart.
that's what makes Pet Cemetery so hard for me. Is it's not the losing a child is one of the most horrific things that a parent could obviously go through. the trauma of also having the family come apart is the part that just like is just so terrifying for Pet Cemetery. Is the the fact that he gets into a fight with his father-in-law at the funeral over it, like it's your fault, it's just like that pain is so hard for me
It's
to
bad
think
fruit
about.
of despair and desperation.
Yeah.
and
It's hard to see that and know it.
and
And
I think
that's-
for it, like what got me too is also that he's a kid trying to like comprehend this, right? Like he's like, I can't remember how old they are, but he's not a teenager yet. He's a preteen, and like he's having to deal with like trying to like because his parents are like drifting apart a little bit. He's like trying to like be the bridge between them that both kids used to be. And it's
The
like,
glue
dude,
that keeps the family together, and he's what, 12?
yeah, as I was kind of thinking like 12 is probably his age. So like, yeah, that's a young age to be dealing with
That kind of trauma.
Yeah, problems of that kind. Not to mention dealing with the fact that your brother was ripped apart by. I mean, he doesn't know at that point, but
No.
And there's different echelons at which he conveys that specific problem is because, like in The Shining, their relationship is completely screwed from the get-go because of their past and that they've got a rift in their family. And then seeing Jackie Torrance kind of like literally sidelined and stuck, watching his mom desperately trying to find out what's going on and his dad slowly going into madness. Like that's that's not like an immediate family breakup, but it's a slow, cold one,
Mm-hmm.
that I don't know. We'll find out, I guess, someday. We'll get to figure out his experiences in some memoir, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, and there's like all kinds of like myths and stuff surrounding things. Like I've always heard the myth that like he saw a kid hit by a train. Stephen King.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But he, like read On Writing though. I think that one he does give. There's a semi autobiographical. It's like half like How to Write and a half like Stephen King's backstory. So, but he doesn't mention it in there. So like that's why I said I think it's kind of maybe not true, but that's always one of those things that's out there
Mm-hmm.
that he has like that kind of trauma in his past. But who knows? I don't know. I think sometimes it's just creativity. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you need to have trauma to come up with some of this horrific shit. It's just
Well,
a matter of like being empathetic and
Is it Pet Cemetery is the one that's based off of the fact that he was able to get to his son in time? Like, and then his mind just went with,
Yeah.
what if I hadn't?
yeah, that would like the inspiration for it. And
Yeah.
it was Owen, by the way.
It was Owen, yeah.
Now that both of it, or at least both of his boys, are pretty well known to readers. It was Owen that was almost hit by, was running towards a road that would have had him probably hit by something. So
Yeah.
yeah.
They had just moved into that house. Too,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
house.
Yeah.
That entire book, I think, basically peeled off from that.
That's like a what if situation.
Yeah.
Agrimorphy and Katie McPeak again have an interesting little exchange here. Of Agrimorphy says, "I'll go you two better on female POV: Gerald's Game and Dolores Claiborne," and then Kit McPeak or KT, Katie, my bad, returns with Rose from Rose Matter, I believe, is what she's talking about, and those are three examples I feel like of a male author, an old, at this point, an old man, an older male author, actually handling female protagonists at least reasonably well. I don't know how women in general feel about those, but yeah, even my mom was like in love with Dolores Claiborne. The movie and the book, and more so the book, because she felt that King really just hit the bullseye with the female perspective, which is amazing.
Yeah.
To me, like I said, an older male, born pre 1980s, pre Oprah,
Yeah.
really being able to, or even giving an effort to do that.
But it's funny because we were talking about like just recently, a couple episodes back, we were talking about King kind of having the gross out factor that just shows up every so often. And I said I think it's spirit. In spirit, there's still a 5-year-old boy living inside him. And I wonder if that kind of same thing, like the same way it's like, let's show this thing eating a snotty tissue. You know, like this,
Yeah.
you know, like in that same vein, maybe that's also what allows him to kind of still embody children so well.
The best characters Stephen King has ever written, in my opinion, a large portion of them are children.
Yeah, I
A
mean,
large portion.
and
of
even
them.
recently, like what was it, the cell phone one from the newest short
Cell?
story collection?
Oh no.
No,
Oh yeah, it's the iPhone, Mr.
Harrigan's phone.
Harrigan's phone. Yeah.
Like that one. Like I was like, there was a few things where like the cell phone wise did maybe he showed his age, but the kid side, it's like it still felt and like this at this point he's like 70 something when he writes this book, so it's like it's just crazy. He still has that knack.
Well, then he also did the Institute, which we both thought was fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, and everything, and it's interesting to see like if you took the ones with, well, even like Finders Keepers, the middle Hodges trilogy one, the story there with the family is so engrossing that it's okay that Brady Hartsfield's not in it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like the antagonist for the first and third book isn't in the second one, like at all, almost.
Yeah.
And I'm totally okay with that because I fucking love the kids.
Brady Hartsfield's pulling the Tatooine, showing up only in the first and the third.
Yep.
Skipping the middle one. So let's jump over to the news. There's definitely tangents galore still, but if we don't start down the news path here, we'll
be here all night.
Yeah, pretty much. Which I mean, that's Palaver, right? Is long conversation.
Real fast, Agamorphy. Agamorphy says he probably leans on Tabitha a lot for insight. Absolutely, he does. I remember. I don't know if I think it's in the introduction for Carrie. He says specifically that she is the only reason that novel exists.
Yeah, she took it out of the trash and she said she would help him with like
the girl side of some of it and everything. And I honestly I wholeheartedly believe, just like Agamorphy here, I think that going forward, anytime it comes to a female character, I absolutely 100% believe that Tabitha is consulted.
And not to mention they have a daughter as well.
Oh yeah,
right?
that now too.
And now grandkids, like,
which just adds to King's experience with the female side of things.
Yeah, for sure.
I love it when he adds his journal marks in the Dark Tower and he lends to what her thoughts are. God bless that woman's patience, because without that woman, without Tabby King's patience, we wouldn't have as much as we have.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I was just thinking about her the other day for some reason. I was driving home from work. I don't even remember why, but she entered my mind, and it was just like, yeah, just I don't know. I think maybe it was when I was starting it, and it was like maybe dedicated to her or something, and it's something I just started thinking about her where it's like, man, that's, yeah, I don't know, just warm feelings for sure. So let's so this is a fun little thing is that we talked about the 11th Circuit Court and the Stephen King lawsuit.
Oh, God damn it.
Well, unlike the last one, it's not taken 2 years to resolve. It is now
good.
Come down. So it won't be one of these where 2 years from now we get the resolution. The only thing that sucks though is most of these websites that cover this shit are like for lawyers, like they're lawyer websites. And dude, every one of them, they're like hard firewall paywall stuff. Like, and like the reason I actually got like the synopsis of the original ruling, because like the website was like, you have to sign up, like you could do a free trial for a few days, but you had to have a non-free email. So I just used my work email. And so I couldn't do that again to get it. So I actually, what I ended up having to do is grab the actual like ruling. And I have some excerpts from the actual ruling. So it came on February 23rd, 2021. Are you guys familiar with this, Alan and Hooper?
No, not at all. What's going on?
So basically, back when the movie was coming out, 2017, this dude, and it'll somewhat cover it here, but basically there's a comic book back in the day, and basically the guy, this isn't even the writer of the comic book anymore. This is like a nephew or something.
Yeah.
And of course, because the movie is coming out, so it was the perfect time. He basically sues, alleging that Roland is a ripoff of the character from his uncle's comic book, and was suing for some pretty big damages. Then I think it was like 2019, so literally it was almost 2 years later that it was dismissed at the district level. And then this is basically moving up to the appeals court, which is the 11th Circuit in this case, basically. And so, yeah, I mean, that's the way things work, right? You go up this level, then I think the next level from here is the Supreme Court. But with the way this is rolled, I'm not sure if you can even go to the Supreme Court with it. The Supreme Court can just tell you to fuck off. They don't have to hear your case. So,
Get the fuck
Yeah, so and then we just covered it. I think it was only a couple episodes ago.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it was the last roundtable because when I was doing the slideshow, I just had this slide still wasn't the first slide because we covered the intro to this lawsuit, and I was like, God, and so I was able to
yeah, because it's the appeal now going up to the 11th Circuit.
yeah.
So
And the crazy thing to me, I think, is there's a surreality to the whole thing because like this is like people like at the circuit level. These are like ones that were appointed by the president. So these, so like whether because there's like I think it's like an Obama nominee, a Trump nominee, and like so it's like these are like people that like Congress talks about, the president puts up, like so. It just to me, like to think of that level that they're talking about, basically Roland in the Dark Tower.
for me, it's even more surreal because I just recently watched season 2 of Making a Murderer. If anyone's watched it on Netflix, it's the one where the man claims that he's not guilty and he has his nephew. Him and his nephew are found guilty of murdering a woman, and they made a Netflix series about it saying that he's innocent. Literally, in the second season, one of the appeals gets to the 11th Circuit Court. And so to see that, like, they explained, like, okay, so here's the level that it has to get here. And I'm seeing that now with this lawsuit. And I'm just like, this is the same thing. This is the same court. If it's the one, is it the one in Chicago?
I'm not sure.
But this is the same level as what here's murder trial appeals. So it's just like, it just blows my mind that's like you were saying, like, because I'm like, that's the same court that's hearing the murder appeals for this documentary. That's the one that Tad was telling me about with the lawsuit.
Being up for contest in a national level, no one really knows. Like, shit.
So this is middle district Florida. So
okay.
Yeah, but still the same level though.
Same level.
So I'm just gonna. So that kind of recaps the previous case because basically at this level, what's happening is the person that lost at the district level is basically appealing that something was done wrong or poorly by the previous thing. So that's kind of what this lawsuit is, and hoping to overturn because basically it was ruled in Stephen King's favor back in 2019. So it starts off, says, as the evidence presented in the underlying proceedings establishes, Reston Dane, which is the name of the character from The Rook, is the name of the comic book. Reston Dane is a wealthy scientist/inventor who lives in Arizona in a house shaped like a rook chess piece, which is known as both Rook Castle and Rook Manor. Dane is a time traveler. He invents his own time machine, and then in parentheses has two resembling rook chess pieces, and will go anywhere, anytime in search of adventure. During his time-traveling adventures, Dane battles a variety of villains. Dane shares numerous attributes with other traditional heroes from comic books. He is a handsome, masculine, courageous, and honorable. Dane is selfless and always can be counted on to, quote, do the right thing. Dane does not engage in much introspection. His character arc remains constant throughout the Rook series. In short, Dane is a traditional comic book hero. So this is what the court is basically synopsizing. And then it says, Stephen King is one of the best-known authors of the last half-century. Although King has written more than 50 works of fiction, this case involves what he describes as his magnum opus.
God damn it, every time.
Peter thinks I made that up. But no, that's everyone says. And now this is saying that even King says that. So there is no more question.
That was where you're describing the synopsis of that comic book. I was really getting some Hanna-Barbera cartoon He-Man kind of
Right.
vibes, Doctor Who vibes there.
Yeah.
I was like, that's been a great cartoon, but
yeah.
What was the name again?
The Rook.
The Rook. Yeah. And it was around her in the 70s. I think it was pretty short-lived. But then it goes on here, the Dark Tower series. The Dark Tower is comprised of 8 novels and a novella published between 1982 and 2012. In or around April 1970, King began writing the first novel of the series, The Gunslinger, first published in book form in 1982. The Gunslinger introduces Roland Deschain, the protagonist of the Dark Tower series. Deschain is a complex character. He is courageous and skilled with a gun, yet lacks the idealism and morality of the traditional hero. Deschain is a loner who does not value the lives of others, and is thus willing to sacrifice those who get in his way. Sometimes he appears heartless and uncompassionate. Other times he displays an emotional and romantic side, which allow him to engage in introspection and ultimately change his behavior. Deschain's character arc through the Dark Tower series is marked by a search for self-knowledge and redemption. Thus, Deschain's journey is not only external, chasing the Dark Tower and the Sorcerer, but also internal. Deschain's personal journey is difficult. He undergoes illness, aging, amputation, and terrible heart-rending loss. Deshane ultimately realizes he cannot find redemption until he reflects on his life and admits to the evil that he has done. In short, Dane is best described as an anti-hero. So this is basically the courts recapping these two characters.
Hold on. That's in the actual document from the court?
It is, yes. And I'll have that.
Wow.
I'll have this in the show notes. It's actually a PDF I had to get, so I'll see how I can load up a PDF on there. But yeah, this is like legitimately like, again, what judges that were appointed by presidents of the United States.
Out
this
in court.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want to hear it if they got a recording.
I'm not. It does. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's recordings, but and this is like I guess the summation or whatever. Like I don't know if it's like full on court transcripts. This is just kind of like the ruling.
See, if this would have before 2017, the editors at Sony wouldn't have screwed up so bad.
Well, see that, and the thing is that they actually filed during that time because I feel like it's one of those like these, in my opinion,
grab.
yeah, these people are always like super. They wait for like the perfect time that would maximize their benefit, because in this case I think they were suing Stephen King, they were suing Sony, they were suing MRC, they were suing Marvel because of the comic books, and I'm trying to remember if there's anything else, but yeah, they were suing everyone.
I mean, always be suing Sony, but like everything about this is
Yeah, so
Okay, we don't want to bog down the news.
yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries. King eventually moved for a summary judgment. He submitted a copy of the first novel, The Gunslinger, the Dark Tower motion picture, and excerpts from the Dark Tower graphic novels. Given the volume of this work at issue, totaling approximately 4,200 pages, King supported his motion with an expert report written by Michael Gale, which analyzed the issue of substantial similarity. King also engaged Robin Firth to write a character and plot summary and analyze quotations from the works at issue. So that's a new thing to this whole thing. I didn't know Robin Firth was involved in this. Brought in as an expert witness.
Well, who else would you call?
I mean,
Robin knows.
Yeah, it makes sense, but at the same time, it's the first time we've actually seen that she was involved.
Yeah.
Hi. I'll do my best.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to fly us to Florida, we can definitely
I can testify.
we can testify as well. It says, and then Dubé is the name of the nephew here. Dubé argued that King had access to the Rook and that his characters were substantially similar because they shared similar literary and visual elements. Dubé also argued that the, quote, overall look and feel of the character was substantially similar. The district court concluded that the characters were not substantially similar and granted summary judgment to the defendants. So that's the previous case. Dubé, and this is the appeals portion where we're getting to why we're at the 11th Circuit. Dubé raises two issues on appeal. First, Dubé contends that the district court abused its discretion by failing to exclude Firth's character and plot summaries and Gale's expert report. So basically, he's trying to get both Firth and Michael Gale, the expert witnesses. They try to get them both thrown out of the...
Saying that they're not admissible in court.
Yeah. And second, he contends that the district court erred when it found that the characters were not substantially similar, and it says we address each issue in turn. So that's kind of how it works. So basically, what went wrong in your trial? Same with like a murder trial, right? Like that's why you have your appeals, because then you go and say, well, no, this was wrong because the jury heard this, they shouldn't have heard, or whatever. Like it's to make sure that things are done properly. That's what's happening here, and like it's elevated because now you're basically kind of judging the previous case.
It's to give an example for people who want to know, like a murder trial example. It's like if the officers didn't have a search warrant and found the murder weapon.
Yeah.
And the jury heard about the murder weapon. They should never hear about it because it was obtained illegally and everything like that. That should not be part of the trial. So then at that point, they can overturn it in the appeal. And then at that point, the DA, the district attorney, the prosecution can decide to redo the trial. And then that portion of that trial, the murder weapon in this example, would not be allowed. So that's what they're trying to do here, is they're trying to say the two expert witnesses should get the fuck out of town. They don't have any business saying anything in here. And you're saying that this is wrong, when A through Z is wrong, and we're going to explain why each point is actually right.
Yeah.
Is basically the summary of why they're appealing and how they're trying to appeal.
Yeah. It says, Dubé argues that Firth's character and plot summaries were inadmissible because those summaries were unreliable and irrelevant. According to Dubé, Firth's summaries were unreliable because she had a financial interest in the outcome of the case, and she misrepresented the Dark Tower series by claiming that Deshane does not travel through time. Furthermore, he contends that the summaries were irrelevant because they covered elements that were not at issue, therefore did not assist the district court. Dubé also argues that Gale's expert report was unreliable because Gale conceded that if Deshane were a traditional time traveler, the premise of his expert report would become completely undermined. Again, those are the accusations of why why they should be thrown out.
Wow.
In sum, Dubé has not shown that the district court abused its discretion by admitting first summary, and it says under Rule 1006. And the thing is these are like I don't even know what you would explain these as, but like they're constantly like referencing other cases, and I've mostly weeded those out because it's just like I don't even know what it's like reading a manual for something when it's like like references every line.
1.014-3 section A, subsection B.
Yeah, and for lawyers that's useful, but for us it's not. So I've mostly edited all that stuff out. Cool. Next up, Dubé maintains that Gale's expert reports were not admissible under Dawburton Rule 702 because Gale conceded the unreliability of his own report. However, Gale made no such concession. Dubé's counsel asked Gale a hypothetical question, quote, if Roland Deshane is a time traveler in the traditional sense, then would that undermine the basis of your opinion? Gale never entertained the hypothetical and repeatedly insists that Deshane, quote, was not a traditional time traveler. Thus, Dubé has not shown that the district court abused its discretion by failing to exclude Gale's expert report. So kind of just taking apart the appeal and why it's wrong.
You didn't need a time machine. That's the thing is like the Rook guy built himself a time machine, and that could be anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Doctor Who, crazy.
Yeah.
But,
as Agrimorphy said.
Or Katie
McPeak,
McPeak. Yeah. It's
That's a ripoff of Doctor Who, is what Katie said in the chat.
Jury trial, or is it a It's a hearing, so it's just a judge right now. But I wonder if this goes to a jury, how many people on that jury have read Dark Tower?
Yeah. And the thing is I bet you they would throw Dark Tower readers out of the jury pool if it were to go to jury.
It would pollute their opinion.
Yeah,
they would want.
How do you do that though? In real life, you go to jury duty, and this is the case you get, and you're like, dude.
Yeah, I think
this guy's.
Yeah, I would not want to be on the jury because I'd probably laugh at some of this stuff.
Like, right?
I would just like
lose my mind. I couldn't keep a straight face.
I'm sitting here wanting to order trade paperback of the Rook, but
right, like Peg was right. We're talking about it like in the court sense, like hearing that context and how extraneous to the details they're pushing. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
I like surfing.
They
too,
look the basic. Yeah, basically when we covered this before, basically it came down to is that he looks similar.
They're cowboys.
They shoot. Yeah, they shoot 6-shooters and wear cowboy outfits and everything.
Time travel. Association of birds.
Like.
And some of that gets covered here. So it says next, Dubé argues that the district court erred when it granted summary judgment to King because a reasonable jury could conclude that the characters of Dane and Deshane are substantially similar. As Dubé sees it, the characters are substantially similar because they, number one, have similar names, which, okay.
RD. So anyone named with the initials RD is now, a ripoff of this comic book character.
I will say the names are, like, at least passingly, whatever, but, like, again, that's not that big a thing. Like look at what are the Marvel and DC people?
Deathstroke and Deadpool.
Yeah, like just things like that. Number two, interact with towers that are integral to time travel, which is the second accusation.
You don't time travel through the Dark Tower. What the fuck?
Number three, have bird companions. Number four, are marked by knightly characteristics. Number five, travel back in time to save a young boy who becomes a gunslinger. Number six, wears Western garb. Number seven, survived a fictional Alamo. And number eight, use knives.
I use knives, not to give myself away, but
knives. But then what was it? Go back to say what was it? The first one didn't make any sense because it was flimsy, and then the second one was about Jake.
Yeah,
like.
Yeah,
goes back in time to save a boy who becomes a gunslinger.
Look, this guy wears pants too. That's obviously like knife bearing and like, okay. He didn't have a bird companion.
Yeah,
Brown had a bird companion, and he ate the eyes from the donkey that he had.
Well, I think what they're referring to is David.
Yeah, David, which is not a bird companion. That's ammunition.
I know. Yeah, that's even that. It wasn't like a companion. He fried that fucker the first minute he could. Yeah. It's like, Flag's gonna do something terrible. I gotta up the ante.
Yeah. Says he also.
Both water, says Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
Yeah. it goes on, says he also contends that Dane was the first character that combined these elements to create a distinctive character that King later copied. It says, we began narrowing down the alleged similarities to elements that are protected by copyright. First, we agreed that the district court that character names do not merit copyright protection. So there's
That's
that. I mean,
gone.
yeah, there's right away. Second, we agree with the district court that there are certain similarities at issue in this appeal that lack originality. Even assuming that the characters share some similarities concerning their knightly heritage, travel to different times and parallel worlds, Western attire, fictionalized Alamo histories, and knife wielding, these similarities are sine faire with and are too general to merit copyright protection. Basically saying, if you're in a genre, these are things that will show up. Like, and basically, like one of the examples they gave was like, if you're doing a Western, you can't have copyright on like a small town, a bank robbery, horse-drawn carriages. Like, there's certain things that just come with the territory of, like, I'm sure sci-fi, the same thing. Like, you can't copyright spaceships or robots. Like, that just doesn't work. So that's kind of what they're getting at with that point. Next, it says, finally, we turn to what remains, the alleged similarities between the characters' relationships to towers, tower imagery, the presence of a bird companion, and the facts that both characters save young boys from different times. Although these elements are similar in the abstract, they are not substantially similar because the elements are portrayed in different ways. To begin with, the towers serve very different functions for each character. Dane resides in a house that resembles a rook chess piece and builds a time machine with similar appearance. By contrast, the Dark Tower is neither Deshane's home nor a time machine. Deshane is on a quest to find the Dark Tower, which is the nexus that ties different worlds and dimensions together. Again, just thinking this was discussed in a federal level court is fucking... It's like beyond me. Like, just prepping this, I was like, this is insane, dude. Like, this is like...
Just imagining Holland beating the shit out of the Rook character as a cartoon version of him, just coming through as Clint Eastwood as possible.
Yeah.
Just dispatching his eyes in some fashion.
We need these two characters to go head to head in epic rap battles of history is what we need.
That's what it's set up as, and then just Roland comes in and blows them away. Though.
Yeah.
Like, think of it the way George Biondi or any of those guys from Drawing of the Three, the mafia guys, the way they describe Roland's crusty ass when they see him for the first time,
Yeah.
they're always like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Just watching that guy walk into a shot with this dude that's all in this Rook outfit, like, I'm the Rook. Nah, I'm time travel guy. Out of the way, bitch.
Okay. So then it says, next, the characters interact with bird companions and imagery in different ways. Dane is associated with bird symbolism because he wears a belt buckle with the image of a rook bird, and on at least one occasion puts on a pair of rook wings and flies into battle alongside a rook bird. Like, what the hell is that? It must have been, it had to have been the 70s. Like,
But
It's like I said, Hanna-Barbera
Yeah.
could have made Pink.
I'll read this book. I'll read
watch
this
that
comic.
cartoon with
Well.
all the cereal every Saturday.
That fish don't swim. That yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then it says, Deshane, on the other hand, encounters a talking crow and briefly allies with a fighting hawk before sacrificing the hawk to serve his own ends. Unlike Dane, who only is associated with bird allies, Deshane symbolically becomes the hawk upon its demise.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, that's actually some pretty deep, like, analysis of the book there for federal court. I don't know. I love it. I'm sure some of this is coming from Firth, but pretty awesome to see that kind of analysis. It says, finally, the characters' interactions with young male companions are dramatically different. Dane travels back in time to the Battle of the Alamo and by chance saves the life of a young boy who turns out to be Dane's great-great-grandfather. Deshane also saves and bonds with the young boy, but Deshane later betrays and sacrifices that boy for the sake of his quest. Even if the elements bear some similarities, the portrayals of these elements are distinguishable, given that these distinctive presentations, no reasonable jury upon proper instruction would find these two works are substantially similar.
Get out.
Yeah, it says, in addition to asking us to analyze substantial similarities by comparing each element side by side, Dubé urges us to consider the characters' combination of those elements are substantially similar. Dubé submits that Dane is a unique expression of those combined elements, and Deshane is a copy of that expression. We have recognized the pitfalls of scrutinizing each alleged similarity in isolation, but by asking us to take a broader view of the characters, Dubé hurts rather than helps his case, because this more holistic analysis further highlights the distinctiveness of each character. For these reasons and those explained in the district court's thorough opinion, quote, no reasonable jury with proper instruction would find the two works are substantially similar. Accordingly, the district court did not err by granting King motion for summary judgment. For those reasons explained, we inform the district court in full. So basically, fuck off. Like
upholding the decision, get the hell out.
Yeah, they got it right. So that's the end of the highlights I have. It was certainly a little bit longer than that, but I just have, again, it's just so weird to think about this being talked about. Like
there was some fucking aide down in Florida who had to read the goddamn comics for the Rook and the Dark Tower series to be able to provide the judge with that assessment. Because no fucking 11th Circuit Court judge is going to read these books
Yeah.
or anything like that. There's way too much detail in there for them to know that from just like reading like synopsis or something like that online. Someone sat down and read both works here and actually wrote this for the judge to do like the summary and like went over it and then like maybe helped the judge write the summary.
How do I get that job?
I know, right? That's what I was going to say is like, why did they call us? Like...
Oh, so that's you guys have any thoughts on that, on Alan and Hooper?
Oh my God, yes. Go ahead, Hooper.
I mean, just on the probably I have a more dry opinion on it, but I actually do remember this being mentioned, and I don't remember when I caught wind of it, but
I thought it was with the game, the Dark Tower. Sorry.
oh, that whole thing, yeah, I don't know, but oh yeah, anyway, but being a huge fan of the Terminator series, I remember hearing about the James Cameron, Harlan Ellison thing.
Yeah.
And it being a no-go for a while, and then eventually Ellison or the Ellison estate kind of won out, I believe. And so Harlan Ellison is now credited on new copies of the first two Terminator films, as well as credited as, based on characters, blah, 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 blah. Really kind of a roundabout credit, but it's still there. His name's on it. So apparently he won out, and it's just like, okay, cool. And Cameron's not broke, and, they're not going to stop making Terminator movies.
Unfortunately.
Which is a double-edged sword. But, what? We're at 3 out of 6. We got a 50% success rate on that. But like, I think to a certain degree, I would surmise that part of the reason there's so much detailed examination of these of this work here in this what would generally be extremely dry technical documentation is that Stephen King is damn near in the literary canon. And he probably will never be considered part of the literary canon because of the basically the genre ghetto that you see in academia. But like this is the equivalent of some dude saying like, hey, Charles Dickens ripped off my idea for a mean old man with lots of money.
Yeah.
And like, okay, so you both wrote stories about mean old men with lots of money, but yours is a wizard and this other guy is a loan officer. So get out of my court. It's kind of how it has to work, I would think.
The big
Go ahead,
thing
go
for me is I just can't understand how someone could say that these two characters are so similar, yet no one sued over Dumbledore and Gandalf. Like, I mean, like hell.
Yeah.
Like, take a young person under your wing and teach them, like help them through a journey involving magic. I mean, and you're a wizard with a great big bushy beard. Like, I mean, there's a lawsuit for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to be the Tad in this circumstance. They looking at the Rook pictures we just pulled up, just Googling it, and they do look similar. They look similar. Like there's no doubt that it's like, yes, it's a man. Yes, he looks similar. Yes, he's using 6 guns. There are similarities. And I think that we were talking about earlier when they divvied out that you couldn't copyright a town or an old Western cliche. And that's the thing is where he walks the line. I would be interested to see if there was fan fiction written about this suit, and to see that scenario of this stuff sounds like something he would write to some degree, with the meticulous order of saying that there's similarities. I can buy that there's similarities. but at the same time, the suit at the timing and the way that it's obviously been disproven shows that it's not. But I do see similarities.
Well,
I could say that, yeah, that's you could say it's
Well,
plausible.
the thing with that I would argue is I just yesterday I watched Olympus Has Fallen. I've seen it before. Good movie. Not a fantastic movie. Nothing to write home about. But a good action movie. I was just in the mood for an action movie. Then based off of what is in that movie, then the people who made Die Hard should sue them. That's the thing. It's like it's one man against an army trying to save someone that he cares about. Therefore, it should. No, that's the thing is when you get down to like the brass tacks, where you chip away enough of the story that you get down to similarities of, oh, it's a guy that looks like a cowboy.
And the other thing is, I think that's what it comes down to is there's a level of like similarity that is just going to happen versus ones,
especially if you're in the same genre.
Yeah, versus ones that are like where you're legitimately completely ripping things off, right?
Yeah.
Like it would take a different level. And I just don't think that it's here. I think there are some similarities, sure. Honestly, this guy had some lawyer that he was able to sell on this. I mean, the lawyer is going to be bilking him for a lot of money for this. I mean, this has been
It's been going for 4 years now.
4 years, yeah. So there's a lot of money involved, and he thought there may be a big payout. He was probably hoping that King would just settle out of court and just give him
to get him to go away,
Yeah,
like
or-
a lot of large corporations do, and
Yeah.
large rich people will do that. Is they'll just be like, oh, I just want this to go away, settle.
Yeah, like Sony, most likely he was hoping probably Sony and or Marvel, which is owned by Disney, would just cut him some check, as well as maybe Stephen King, and that whatever. Because a lot of times these companies, they'll have a dotted line, and if if a claim is below that, they'll just pay out just to avoid the cost of the court.
It's the Fight Club thing that sticks with me, is that okay, if the recall is going to cost enough money for us,
Right.
enough in lawsuits, then we'll do a recall. If not, we leave it alone.
Yeah,
That's what it is. And that's terrifying to think about with
Yeah.
that aspect of it. But
It works on some level.
it's just like also like every time. And I don't know if any parents have seen this that listen to the podcast. I'm sure Tad hasn't seen this, but every single time a freaking Disney movie is about to hit, there's always a cheap ripoff that comes out 2 months early.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Every
yeah.
single
Yeah.
time. There's a Frozen one. There's one for Aladdin.
Sequel.
Um,
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it's just
Frozen is just a ripoff of Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. Anyway,
oh, shut the
so.
hell up. Iceman was around long before Sub-Zero, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, Mortal Kombat.
I can't wait for that movie next month. But
It's gonna be really good.
let's jump over to the next one. So one thing I wanted to point out is just as a little tease here is there's a lot of shit that has been announced since we recorded last. We did have a book club. So
Yeah, that always makes for interesting to see if it's a heavy news one or a light one.
Yeah. So the first one is Creep Show. Is renewed for a third season at Shudder, and horror streamer orders Black Anthology Series is the name of the article here. We're only obviously covering the Creep Show thing. This is by Alexandra Del Rosario from Deadline on February 18th, 2021. So the first thing to mention is season 2 is not even premiered yet. That I think drops next month. So they basically, before season 2 even launched, they renewed him here for this. So let's jump into it. So Shudder has more screams in store after the streaming service renewed Creepshow for a third season. The service will bring Creepshow back for another 6-episode run to premiere later this year. So not only is season 2 airing here next month, but it sounds like by the end of the year, season 3 will be airing. So 2 seasons in a year. It's only 6 episodes, but still you can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Peter, you haven't watched Creepshow yet?
No.
I've only watched the first episode so far. What about you guys? Have you guys watched the Creepshow on Shudder?
No, not at all. Sorry. I remember Creepshow,
The movies.
the old, get Tales from the Crypt mixed up with Creepshow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the whole serialized
Anthology
style, that's really cool. I love it. It's like, yeah, do it. I'm stoked. But no, I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have Shudder, I would definitely recommend. I guess you said, Hooper, you said you weren't really a horror movie fan, so that probably isn't going to happen. But no, for anyone, I've only watched the first episode. It definitely has kind of a vibe to it. I'd say it does feel very Tales from the Crypty, but it's kind of inspired on, some of it's King inspired, like maybe taken from his short stories and stuff. So it's, like for instance, they had a Halloween episode that they did, which is animated, and Survivor Type was covered, which is probably what King calls his most gruesome story he's ever written. It's about a
Shit.
Wow.
it's about a guy that gets crash landed on an island, and he's a surgeon, and to feed himself, he eventually has to start surgerying himself.
And eating himself?
bits at a time to eat himself. Because
Jesus.
yeah,
I just had food in my mouth. That was really bad timing.
yeah. I actually just hit that one not too long ago, and yeah, it is pretty brutal.
Which one?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. I like anthologies, and most of the time they're short enough and chill enough that they're not that affecting on a horror level. Actually, I remember when Creepshow was announced, and I was like, "Oh, I want to watch that, but I sure don't want to subscribe to another service."
Yeah,
I just, yeah,
yeah.
I think I know
That's where
with
I'm
who
at
spoke
too.
it here, it's necessarily when Stephen King is telling you something terrible that's like happening to someone else. It's when he's messing with you personally, like messing with your head.
yeah.
And that's the scary, creepy.
I don't. Well, no, like King never actually scares me. Like I have never actually, besides Carrie,
Really?
yeah, I have never.
Well, then that's one instance.
Well, yeah, but well, yes, and it's an empathy, but like no, just horror. I'm just a big old wuss burger with a side of weak sauce fries. Like that's just the way it is. I've always been that way with
Oh, yeah.
with horror. Like I mean, Ghostbusters scared me as a kid, and I still act like a big old wuss about some of the scenes, and I love that movie. So some people are just weird like that.
Just, I guess it really depends on when you ingest the terror.
Yeah, but
When you
anyways,
embrace
Yeah.
the horror.
I love the Creepshow movies, so I'm a little sad that I'm just not willing to shell out the $7.99 or whatever a month for.
We'll wait for it to come out on DVD.
There you go.
Yeah,
And then we'll catch up.
I'm mixing it up. Creepshow and the freaking Devil Monkey.
that's Creepshow.
That is Creepshow? Okay.
the
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Scared.
No.
That's Monkey Shines. That's the
Yeah.
cover of the book that freaked me out. That was on my mom's bookshelf.
oh
love that.
yeah.
Ah.
Blah.
Yeah, that little and the thing
You
is,
write that- you too, and you don't know any better. You
yeah,
know?
has that monkey ever not been scary? That's what I wonder. Like when the person first made that fucking thing, was it scary? Like, yeah, it's pretty creepy. So it says Shudder revealed the renewal ahead of AMC Network's virtual TCA Winter Press Tour session. The third season will feature guest stars including Ethan Embry, it says Grace and Frankie, and Andrew Batchelor from The Walking Dead. Creepshow's renewal comes ahead of the horror anthology season 2, premiering on April 1st on Shudder and AMC Plus. During our season 2 production, and this is a quote, during our season 2 production, Shudder was so pleased with what they were seeing that they asked us to roll right into production for a brand new third season. They'll feature some of the most ambitious stories yet, said executive producer and showrunner Greg Nicotero. I'm incredibly thankful to the team at Shudder for the opportunity to continue honoring the genre with more gleeful, ghoulish tales over not one but 2 new seasons of Creepshow this year. So that's fun.
Yeah, I haven't got around to getting Shudder.
No Beast yet. They haven't remade that story in the show yet. So
Nope.
I've never heard of Shudder until just now.
yeah, I'm just a big horror fan, so I heard about it a lot. But yeah, and it's not as
You have it,
expensive.
don't you?
I think it's like $5. I think it's like $5 a month or whatever. Or AMC Plus. I believe there's a crossover there because I was considering potentially getting AMC Plus because it's one of the only places you could stream Mad Men currently.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I love that show, but yeah, that's one thing announced. I mean, I guess that's only an extension, but hey,
Can I have a first world problem moment for everyone?
Sure.
In this day and age, why the hell is it that when I want to watch something like a movie, it's not on any streaming service that I fucking own or any streaming service in general? I just recently watched Pacific Rim, and they came out with the animated series on Netflix. And I'm like, oh, I need to see the second film. I still haven't seen that. I pulled it up. It's on nothing.
because
It's on none of them.
it didn't do very well. So
But it's just like with all of the streaming services out there in the world, why Mad Men brings it to my point as well. Why is it not on a streaming service that people use?
yeah,
Like, come on.
Mad Men was, I believe, and they dropped it.
It was it was on Netflix
It
for
was, yeah,
ages,
Netflix.
ages. It was on there. That's how I watched it the first time. But yeah, of course, by the time I feel like watching it again, it has been removed from Netflix. So
I hate it.
That's
I hate it
unfortunate.
so much. Like, it doesn't make any sense that we have 85 different streaming services, but when you want to go watch this particular thing, Terminator, the original Terminator movie, is not on a single streaming service. Not a
What's that
single
thing?
one.
yeah,
Okay, you just made a mistake though by mentioning
Oh, no.
that you don't have the Terminator and Terminator 2 on Blu-ray. That's your own fault.
No, no. I do. I'm just not going to go dig them out of storage.
Gotcha.
That still sounds like
That-
a you problem.
But I'm paying for it. I have Netflix,
Struggle
Hulu,
is-
Disney Plus. I have access to Amazon Prime, and yet none of them can have either one of the Terminators
I think
Yeah,
I
come
think
on.
there is some rights issues with Terminator, I believe.
with the first one.
But there's like the actual franchise like it moves around. It's been owned by different people, so that might be
Oh.
part of it. It's not like owned by like Paramount or someone.
It's
so.
not. It's not all solid. So it's like okay. So this also okay. Netflix just brought back Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, but
Okay.
not The Dark Knight Rises.
Nobody wants to watch that
Oh.
anyway.
Well,
Oh no, here we go.
one of these things is not like the others. You're gonna be fine without the Dark Knight Rises. Okay, so the Terminator is available on YouTube Movies.
On YouTube Movies, that's what I've been tending to do when I find that conundrum where I can't find something on a streaming service. Like some of my favorite '80s movies, both Ghostbusters, Weird Science, all these like just goofy comedies. I get them on YouTube and then just have them. So that way, it's still in my library. That's not. I'm not plugging for YouTube here. I'm just trying to
And see me,
offer spite here.
I just look at my giant wall of movies and usually can find whatever I need.
Yeah,
Physical media for the win.
Yeah. Physical media is still a thing. No, that was a really smug way to say that. No, but I'm super because I love Netflix. Nobody here is getting paid to say anything, and Disney Plus has all my Marvel stuff and all my Star Wars stuff, but like I do love physical media. Like I've bought the original Predator, I swear 4 times,
yeah.
and
What's your record?
Every
I think
What's
I think
what's your record,
I think
Ted?
I've got like 13 copies of Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
no, that's reasonable to me.
I have like every time there's a new, even if it's just a new cover, I buy it. So
yeah.
He even bought the
Well-
one that has the gigantic Terminator arm
and head.
and head.
There's 2 different collections I bought now. Yeah.
Where's
Yeah,
the
I
head?
didn't
Where's
even
the
know.
arm? I see the head up
Where'd you
there.
get
Where's the arm?
What's that?
Where'd you get that?
Where'd you get it?
The arm, well, the head one's a little bit older. I think that was when they launched the Blu-ray version, I believe. And it has basically every version that had come previous, and it has like a little tray behind the head, so it has like 10 or 11 discs in it. And it was when the Blu-ray launched, and then the hand was more recent, and that one I think was when the 4K launched. But that one I was actually weird because I actually pre-ordered that, and they ended up like delaying it like a year because like production issues with the hand. So I ended up pre-ordering it, and not getting it for like it was like 14 months or something by the time I actually ended up getting it.
I want to let you know I don't feel guilty about tangents anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I've just had to let you know this is a level of nerding out that I've not seen Hooper do. Just watching his face while you're talking about this is awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. There's a couple movies that I buy pretty much every copy. I do the same thing with
Halloween.
the original Halloween movie. Star Wars, I used to be that way, but now they're just like going overboard. It's just like, oh, here's a new cover, and I'm like, like my shelf's getting a little bit full for that.
I'm a huge Star Wars geek, and I'm not a grognard about it, but I would really like to not have to deal with the over the top like changes they made to the OG series. Like,
And see,
it
that's
was what it was.
and see that's a tangent that I won't step on there. That's a landmine when you're talking to me. That I could have a whole podcast just on that. But
Yeah.
let's jump over here. The next one here we have is from the Hollywood
Hashtag
Reporter.
tangents.
What's that?
Hashtag tangents.
Yeah, no kidding. And this one is from the Hollywood Reporter, and it's Stephen King. Quote, I don't think anything is unfilmable now. And this
Agreed.
is by Leslie Goldberg from the Hollywood Reporter on February 19th, 2021. Stephen King doesn't think anything is unfilmable now. The prolific author has seen many of his works adapted for film and television, including CBS All Access's The Stand, HBO's The Outsider, and the It franchise, and singled out the personal nature of bringing Lizzy's story to life on Apple as perhaps one of the bigger challenges in adapting his vast library. And this is a quote. It says, be all the way in as much as possible or be all the way out, King said Friday about his philosophy for bringing his works to screen. There's been a lot of projects where it's like step back, write the book, maybe something will come along, a passion project, and this was that, a passion project. And it says, Lizzy's story marks a rare move for King, which I actually disagree with this, who wrote all 8 episodes of the Apple's take on the 2006 horror romance bestseller Lizzy's Story, the series which reunites him with frequent collaborator J.J. Abrams, along with star Julianne Moore and Clive Owen, and is due this summer on the Streamer, which is Apple's streaming service. I just disagree because King's done a lot of writing for his stuff. I mean, he wrote Maximum Overdrive. He did the writing for The Stand, the original Stand. He wrote the episode for the final of the new Stand. I believe he wrote. I just don't think it's that rare for King to actually do the adaptations script-wise. He did the Shining miniseries, so I think it's incorrect to say that it's rare. Personally,
and he wrote the entirety of oh gosh, what's the one? Storm of the Century.
Yeah, exactly. That's like Maximum Overdrive. It's a wholly original screenplay. Yeah, definitely. So I just think it's for them to say it's marks a rare move for King. I think that's incorrect. But certainly it isn't like he does it for everyone. But I don't think you can call it rare at this point.
I think the problem is that if you go to Internet Movie Database and you look at Stephen King and you click on writer, it's credited as he wrote based on the novel by
and he'll get that credit on everything, but in terms of him actually writing the script, he actually has done that way more than I think maybe a lot of people realize. Then it goes on here, it says, quote, Stephen makes a great point. Most anything is filmable, Abrams told reporters Friday during a viral panel as part of the Television Critics Association's winter press tour. Quote, the question is what should be and not what can be. It's hard to think of all the stories King has written. King noted that the personal nature of Lizzy's story made filming the series, quote, particularly challenging, as, quote, it goes through so many different levels of remembrance. The thriller revolves around Lizzy Landon, which is played by Julianne Moore, which is national treasure. 2 years after the death of her husband, famous novelist Scott Landon, played by Clive Owen. The drama follows the unsettling events that prompt Lizzy to face memories of her marriage to Scott that she has deliberately blocked out of her mind. Sorry, were one of you guys going to say something?
Nope.
Okay. Sorry. I think I think Discord is like bumps you guys out when we talk. I think it's like a feature they have. I'll have to figure that out and turn it off for next time we have someone on, because it's kind of annoying a little bit, because then it's hard to know when you guys are chiming in.
It's the mic's picking up.
The mic's picking. Yeah, we're listening to it through the speakers, so I think it's the feedback stop. That's
Oh, you're hearing yourself.
Oh, okay.
No, we're fine. We don't have feedback. I was just worried about us giving you guys feedback.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just think Discord actually has like a service that, like, if one of the people is talking, it'll fade the other one out. And you could think you could maybe be able to turn it off, but I didn't before the show, and I don't want to go messing with settings because it might cut you guys off. But
I understand.
Yeah, it's just, and not that we necessarily want to talk over each other anyway, but sometimes I feel like I might be cutting you guys out. So,
It's your show.
No worries. So next up it says, Lizzy's story means a lot to me because it's the one that I love best. And King has actually said that before, that this is actually his favorite of all of his stories. King told reporters Friday, quote, it's a story about love and marriage and the creative impulses, and it's also got a kick-ass villain in it, which I like a lot. So that's intriguing. I actually haven't read Lizzy's story, so I need to add this to my list.
So it's funny that this comes up, because this is just how it works with me and you. We were thinking about, my wife and I were thinking about taking a drive with the kid and just going up into the mountains and just getting out of the valley for a little bit here in Utah. Weather wasn't great. We both weren't feeling great. My wife had a dentist appointment, so of course, like, her teeth hurt and everything afterwards. So we decided not to. But in the process of getting ready to go, I pulled up our Kindle, download a couple shows for the daughter to watch while we're riding, so she's not just bored while we chit chat up front. Accidentally clicked on books. Yeah, I own Lizzie's Story.
Oh, really?
I had no idea that I owned it on the Kindle, but I do. I own it, so, and I haven't read it, so I'm just kind of like, oh, holy shit, I own that. Like, all right then.
What a happy coincidence.
Yeah,
there.
just like, all right.
I'm literally downloading it right now on my Audible. I haven't read it.
Yeah,
I've got it somewhere and still haven't read it like a jerk.
Yeah, I think I've already committed. Like on the Discord, on our Patreon Discord, I mentioned that I'm in the middle of it now. I've already mentioned on the show, but I think I'm going to do Talisman and Black House next, and then Insomnia is up, and then I think maybe after that, Lizzie's Story is probably where I'll go next. King noted that the novel was inspired by his own experiences coming home after being hospitalized with double pneumonia, which, that sounds like fun. Following a 3-week hospitalization, King arrived as his wife decided to remodel his office. While still heavily medicated and trying to get back on his feet, he was stunned to find his office completely empty. Quote, "I thought this is what the room will look like after I die," and Lizzie's Story came from that, he said. So, fun little story as to how... Like I love those, like when like especially King, when he'll give us like kind of an insight as to what caused a story to be written. So I do appreciate that. Next up, it says Lizzie's Story marks the latest collaboration for Abrams and King, who previously teamed up on Hulu's Castle Rock in 11/22/63. The duo met during Abrams' breakout Lost and have remained in touch for years that follow. King also noted, now here's a fun little nugget that's just hidden in here. King also noted that he and Abrams have been discussing a horror anthology show called Tiny Horrors. And then it says in parentheses, additional details on the project were not immediately available. So may have just, I mean, they're in talks.
Ooh.
So I don't think it's not like announced by any means, but the fact that they're open enough to say it in an interview that they're talking about it makes me think that we might have another Abrams King collaboration coming up.
Excellent.
It smells that way, yes.
Yeah, and I love those when like there's just like some little thing hidden in another story completely, and it's just like, oh, look at that, there's a new thing. Then it goes on here, it says, quote, "They've got a great organization and they give great Christmas presents at the end of the year," King joked of his long-standing partnership with Abrams' Bad Robot banner. "I just love working with them. It's been a great relationship." And then it says a specific premiere date for Lizzie's Story has not yet been announced, which that's the thing that pisses me off the most. It's supposed to be coming out this year, but Apple has not announced shit on that. So I'm like, dude, just give me a fucking date, because I will sign up for Apple Plus to watch that, as well as anything else they might have that might be worth watching. But definitely not an all-time subscriber on that service. So
Yeah.
now this next one here is one that geeked me out quite a bit, and it is Edgar Wright to direct Stephen King's The Running Man
Hell yeah.
at Paramount Pictures. Simon Kinberg Genre Films producing. So Edgar fucking Wright, dude. Like, of anyone to expect to be in the King pantheon, I would never have guessed Edgar Wright. Are you guys a fan of Edgar Wright?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
huge. I haven't seen Scott Pilgrim because Michael Cera, but
Yeah.
otherwise, like, yeah, I trust Edgar Wright with like film in general.
No.
Like, the guy just has a great attitude towards creation, and it looks like collaboration. And I have watched,
We were watching Spaced
yeah,
back in the day. With,
Yeah.
it was great.
I've watched just the documentary on basically the U.S. tour, premiere tour of Hot Fuzz. I've watched that just for fun because I enjoy watching those guys create and watching, his creative process and his attitude towards it. He really seems to care.
Yeah. It was funny when this was thrown out on Twitter. Chris from Australia, which isn't with us, he popped in for a moment here, but he didn't stay with us. He had mentioned, because I ended up basically, as we were kind of all geeking out on Twitter about Edgar Wright, I mentioned that I think Hot Fuzz is next to Monty Python and the Holy Grail and Airplane. I believe Hot Fuzz is the best comedy, like, in that time period. Outside of those two are probably above it. And Chris is like added to the list. Apparently Chris has not seen it and will be watching it. And I'm like, oh, dude, you're you're in for a treat.
Mhm.
And he's like, I never watched it because I kind of enjoyed Shaun of the Dead, but not as much as everyone else did. I'm like, you know what? I was the same way. I like Hot Fuzz, or Shaun of the Dead. I'm sorry, but don't like it as much as everyone else seemed to. But Hot Fuzz, oh my god, that is a glorious, glorious movie. Okay,
That one for me.
what's that?
At World's End was that one for me that cemented it up. I was like, this is great. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah, and like honestly, I'm kind of the same. I actually held off of Scott Pilgrim because of Michael Cera as well. But when I finally actually got around to watching it, I enjoyed the hell out of it.
It's
I
really good.
thought it was really fun, and as well as I feel really bad for Baby Driver because you have both Kevin Spacey and then the lead in that has recently been kind of exposed as maybe talking to underage people in inappropriate
Fuck.
ways. So it's like two
Wow.
really bad things that are associated with that movie now, and I feel really bad for Edgar Wright because that is a stain. Like it's hard to avoid, but there's just no way to get around it. It's kind of hard to watch when you know that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Then that's Eric.
without digging too much into that that particular aspect of that. Actually, I completely missed. I always forget about Baby Driver. It just was something that just completely slid off my gray matter instantly. Like, oh, Jamie Foxx, sweet. Who's
Yeah.
this kid? I don't care. And that was it. And everything I've heard is that it's directed really well, but then there's just some kind of deficiency or just some things that fall short of Wright's usual awesomeness. But yeah,
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think he did a really good job with music. I think it feels very much like Guardians of the Galaxy in a way that like the popular soundtrack is like it drives the movie, and I thought he did really well with that. But yeah, the actors are kind of annoying, and like overall, I enjoyed it though. I actually think it's one of my favorites outside of Hot Fuzz. To be honest, I haven't watched it in a while, but I remember enjoying it. But I'm not really a critic. I like a lot of things that maybe other people don't.
It's true.
So let me hit this real quick. The byline here. So this is from Mike Fleming from Deadline on February 19th, 2020. So it says exclusive Paramount Pictures is making a deal with Edgar Wright to direct a new adaptation for The Running Man, the futuristic novel by Stephen King that the author first published under the pseudonym Richard Bachman. This won't be a remake of the 1987 film that starred Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Baby Driver writer-director will co-write the story with Michael Bacall, and they will be much more faithful to King's best-selling novel. Bacall will write the script, so that's exciting.
I wonder how faithful, because that ended.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I haven't read it, but go ahead.
No, it'll be interesting to see how true they are to it.
Have we all read the book besides Alan here?
No.
I haven't, not since I was like
haven't.
a teenager. So I honestly, the Arnold movie probably has more headspace for me than the book because it's just been so long.
So I saw the movie when I was like 10, and it was rad because I was a 10-year-old, and now it's still rad because it's Arnold. But I read the book probably 10 years ago and was like, oh, well, that explains why it's so different.
Oh, I see.
I'm interested in seeing how they handle that post 9/11. Everything else is incredibly timely, though.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was I was talking with or what prompted it, but discussing remaking movies. And I think it was a Twitter thread that I was on, and somebody brought up The Running Man, and somebody said Jeffrey Wright would be an interesting.
Edgar Wright.
No, Jeffrey Wright would be
Oh.
an interesting actor to play the lead, just kind of an everyman, but a person of color, and track the novel as far as possible, and then maybe change the ending. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I look at like The Mist. You know, the ending gets changed, but for the worst. So I think you can get away with anything. To be honest, I mean, studios are definitely hard to deal with, maybe, but I don't know. At this point, I wonder if King has got the cachet as well as Edgar Wright as well. You know,
Yeah.
he's got some cachet as well. So I guess we'll see what happens there.
Yeah.
Goes on, says Simon Kinberg will produce through Kinberg Genre Film banner, along with Nira Park from Bright's Complete Fiction banner. And it says Kinberg brought the idea to Emma Watts based on their long relationship, and then Kinberg courted Wright. While the filmmaker is very selective, the prospect of The Running Man is one that has intrigued him to the point that when he was when asked if he could remake any film, he would choose that one. Back in 2017, he said that in an interview. So now it'll become a reality. So that slipped by me. I don't think I've ever heard that before, where he was asked if he could remake anything, and he said The Running Man. So that's exciting as well. Like, so
it's always we've seen it before where fans get a hold of something that they've liked for years and they do good work with it.
Yeah.
So I'm excited, especially Edgar Wright. The dude is incredibly talented as a filmmaker.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. I kind of want to go read The Running Man now to see what all the hubbub is about with the novel. So
yeah, and the thing is he's one that he'll like stew and fester on something, because I feel like Baby Driver. I feel like, if I've heard the story correctly, he came up with that when he was like a kid, like maybe a teenager, maybe even younger than a teenager, with like the general idea of it. So it's like the fact that like that was, I don't know, that long stewing, the fact that then he mentioned this back in 2017 makes me wonder if he's had kind of some thoughts in his mind for a while.
Yeah,
which is cool. Then the cool thing here is it says this becomes a top priority picture for Paramount, and a novel which King published as a paperback back in 1982, a dystopian thriller that still feels prescient in current collision between pop culture and politics. This before social media ratcheted up the stakes. Alex Jackson is shepherding it at Paramount. So the fact that it's priority makes me think that maybe we'll get it sooner than later.
Oh.
That maybe it won't be one that we have to wait 5 years to see pan out. So that's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really isn't what I remember of the novel. That's not a long production cycle story at all.
Yeah.
I mean, necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely looking forward to it. The fact that, I think I'd be kind of intrigued anyway, just with The Running Man. But the fact you had Edgar Wright, that might put this up on the high up on the list of upcoming projects for me.
For sure.
For King-wise.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so this next one is pretty crazy, and we actually have discussed Skeleton Crew a couple times, and this is Skeleton Crew related. And it is David Erickson Inc.'s overall deal with MRC Television, set series adaptation of King's The Jaunt. So, and also I want to point out MRC, they're the ones that were behind The Dark Tower as well as Baby Driver. So I just love seeing them still kind of around in the King realm. This is by Nelly Andreeva from Deadline on February 24th, 2021. So the thing that I'll even just say right before we even start, just on the headline, is The Jaunt. It's a short story. The fact that they're making this a series. So you're taking a King short story and you're going to make a series out of it. And it's open to it. It's a sci-fi. I think it covers what's involved here. Is everyone? I know Peter hasn't read it, but what about you guys?
The Jaunt, that's the teleportation one, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
So
I'm the Peter in this thing.
It's based on the premise of there's a cool science fiction aspect to it, and then an existential horror aspect.
Yeah.
On the bottom, at the foundation of it. There's terror in the basement, basically, in the story. But and the way it plays out in the story, I love that. I do like creepy science fiction, and almost Lovecraftian. There is a slight Lovecraftian angle to the outcome of that story. So anytime you throw a Lovecraftian element into an otherwise mundane story, I feel like you can probably squeeze a lot of content out of it.
A lot out of it for sure. And I could definitely see it too. It was just surprising where it's like, man, it gets movies and stuff where it maybe could have used a short run series.
A series.
And it's like, here now you've got like a short story that's going to get a series. So this is exclusive. Fear the Walking Dead co-writer David Erickson has closed an overall deal with MRC Television. Under this multi-year pact, Erickson will exclusively work with the indie studio on creation and development of television series. on which he will serve as writer, showrunner, or supervise other writers. As part of the deal, Erickson is developing The Jaunt, based on the 1981 Stephen King short story, originally published in the Twilight Zone magazine. The Jaunt explores a future where teleportation, called jaunting, has become commonplace, if still dangerous and mysterious technology. So, yeah, definitely. I don't know. It's a really good story. I actually remember that being one of my favorites out of the Skeleton Crew. It says, quote, we've long admired Dave's visionary creative work and are thrilled to welcome him to MRC. A true master of his craft, and he's an ideal partner to build upon the works of Stephen King and create and develop more originals as the studio continues to expand. And that's from Elise Henderson, the president of MRC. So just a short one there, but again, I told you before that we started, or as we were starting the show, there's a lot that it's been added in the last number of weeks, I guess the last month, right?
Well, also
because we did a book club, so it's been about a month since we've done a roundtable.
Well, also, like, one thing I wanted to look at was that, you know, we've heard about things in the world with COVID starting to maybe not get under control, but the vaccine's out. People are starting to get vaccinated. You know, there are some countries in the world that are starting to go back to normal and everything. I mean, America's behind on it a little bit, but we're still starting to see. So I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing some more announcements coming forward from not necessarily just Stephen King stuff, but just movies and TV shows in general, as people are able to start, you know, producing stuff again and making new content for us. So I'm excited for that, especially since we're in the golden age of King. Like, I don't know if you want to call it the second golden age or just the original golden age. Like,
no, I think this is the second.
I don't know, man. This is a lot of stuff here to look forward to.
Yeah, for sure.
Excited.
What's that?
I said I am excited too. It's definitely, like you said, the golden age of King. I think we're still hitting the up. We haven't hit the peak yet, and it's kind of interesting to see how these little things are pouring out. I haven't even heard of the Jaunt, but I have Skeleton Crew. For whatever reason, that's one of the ones I've either just absorbed and drank away, or I passed out before I got to that part. You know, it's a wild to see where these left field startups that are perfect because they're just kind of dipping your toes into the crazy.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Creepshow, Jesus, that's terrible. But you know, we're looking at that, by the way, not to go back, but we're looking at the season 1 thing on Shudder, and it's like this scared black dude that looks like Ernie Hudson in Ghostbusters 2. There's a werewolf about ready to eat a Nazi.
No.
Some dude's case, like just the pictures of looking at the episodes, like this looks awesome.
Yeah.
So, these random things that are so, you know, for the Jaunt to be adopted, with MRC television, that's wonderful. I think it's the more the merrier.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a lot of fun. And as Peter alluded to there, though, we need more beasts. You know?
No, we don't.
Okay, so the other thing is I have the normal board that we throw up on the screen for new projects, but let's just say I saved that for a few more stories because there's a few other things we have to talk about here. Oh, yeah, you ain't seen nothing yet. So next up, new Paranormal Activity, as well as Pet Sematary and the In-Between movies heading to Paramount Plus. So, yes, slipped right there in the middle, Pet Sematary.
Wow.
And this is by Anthony Alessandro from Deadline on February 24th, 2021. And I think that must have been that. It's mentioned a couple times, this big convention that they had, or it was digitally. But there's a lot of announcements that are right in this couple-day period, it seems like. So this is the same day as the last one was announced. So it starts off here. It says the big Paramount Studio through Paramount Players will be delivering 3 to 4 feature titles a year to its streaming service Paramount Plus. So that's kind of what they're laying out here. Is they're going to be bringing out 3 to 4 movies a year that they'll put on Paramount Plus, because they're obviously pushing hard to get Paramount Plus to get attention for it. So yeah, that's kind of their plan, is to have some new ones here. It says also in the works is a new origin story feature based on Stephen King's bestseller Pet Sematary, with Lorenzo D. Bonaventura producing, and script by Jeff Bueller. Through 3 movies, Paramount's Pet Sematary movies have grossed $175 million worldwide. So,
is that all?
yeah. So, like I said, it said origin story. So, actually, what I ended up finding is a little bit of Googling. Ended up finding me an article from 2019 that interviews said producer, Bonaventura. about Pet Cemetery. And this is right about the time that the new Pet Cemetery was about to come out, so it was kind of in the press for this. And somehow this slipped by us because I believe at this point we were covering all King and not just Dark Tower. So I don't know how this slipped by us, but
Yeah.
let's go ahead and go back in the time machine here to Michael Rothman from Consequence of Sound on March 26th, 2019. It says Stephen King's Pet Cemetery doesn't exactly leave the gates open for a sequel. Without spoiling too much, the Creed family has a perfect resolution by the end of the 1983 novel, and either the 1989 film or the forthcoming reimagining. But a prequel. Producer Lorenzo D. Bonaventura seems to think so. He told Consequence of Sound following the film's South by Southwest premiere that a return to Ludlow, Maine wouldn't be out of the question, given all the backstory that's buried within its hills. He says, quote, I generally don't start thinking about sequels until there's a success, D. Bonaventura admits, contending, quote, I think if there's anything here, there's a prequel. I think if you look at the book, we didn't cover all that stuff that happens before the Creed family moves in. And he said, and then he goes on here and says, so I think that there's a movie there, and I think it'd be particularly interesting. I'd be particularly interested in doing that. He continues, because again, it's the source material, and you're going towards something that also has a lot of crazy, creepy feelings about it. So, what do you guys think there? Like, has everyone read Pet Cemetery?
I have.
Yes. Yeah.
Was this?
Red Pet Cemetery, right?
Yeah, I've read Pet Cemetery and
Yeah,
both of the movies.
The prequel, them Lorenzo D. Bonaventura.
Yeah,
That's such a cool name.
looks like Harvey.
He looks like our friend Harley. He's so happy to be there. That's great. No, Pet Cemetery, the newest one for me, like the story, the book, holy shit. And being a parent after it's like, terrifying. I actually literally just 2 days ago, going down to reach for my 2-year-old. And we had her in our front yard, and luckily we have a fence. And I was just like, Pet Cemetery was like, hey, okay, bye. And then pops out of my head, and I'm like, ah! And then everything's fine.
Yep.
And then we continue enjoying our day. I think it's just, it's a definite nerve jumping topic to even behold. But the exposition in that they describe the Pet Cemetery and the location, and it gets a little Wendigo weird, like a little bit in some of the adaptation, almost like Castle Rock, just having this bad place kind of a thing,
Yeah.
And they don't really describe it. Even you get like a little bit of like, oh well, he fell out of the sky and just stayed there for a while because he sucks, and that's how I feel about it. Or Pennywise, but I hate Pennywise. Anyway, this place would be cool to see a prequel that shows roughly why, like who opened whose bottle of milk, where, and why. It's all over the floor, so to speak, for what would cause this place to be real. I think that you could make a whole series about that, and what the implications are.
Yeah.
Well, the question comes down to it is, are we going to get the who, how, what, why, where, when with the Pet Cemetery, or are we going to get the
other stories?
The stories that is it Judd?
Judd
tells the dad. I forget the dad's name. Tells the dad
Lewis Creed.
Tells Lewis about with involving the Pet Cemetery with the the bull and
that's what
everything.
This article actually adds in. It's not part of D. Bonaventura's quote. This is just the article themselves. It says, from Timmy Batterman to the buried ox to Judd's own dog to the elusive Wendigo lurking in the woods, there's adamantly a wealth of source material, as D. Bonaventura suggests, to mine. Whether or not it makes for an intriguing overall narrative remains to be seen. I don't think it's as heavy as like It. I think It could easily make another movie, and they'd have plenty. I don't know if this one has as much, but I think you could obviously get creative with it. But yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of stories to tell that we kind of got some allusions to in the novel.
For sure. And Katie says in the chat, why do prequels when there are 100 other stories they could do? And Agamorphy says, can you make it dark like the novel though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There are a couple things about this. I forgot about the Native American
Wendigo.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get to that here in a second, but I forgot about that, and that actually is a little problematic. But I actually felt that the tone was really well matched in both of the Pet Cemetery movies. I mean, the original is definitely cheesy to a certain degree in late 80s, early 90s, but it I actually think it's better than the new one.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, no, I absolutely hated the new one.
Yeah,
and the new one is
Fucking terrible.
real unpleasant, like, and just on the edge of being good. It wasn't quite. Like, I definitely walked out of that theater after having seen it. I definitely walked out of the theater after seeing the new Pet Cemetery, kind of just flat. But and I hated the ending. Made me want to punch the sky. But
Made you feel dirty for watching it.
see,
But not
I
the same
see,
triumph.
but I
comes to the
appreciate
sky.
the ending of the Mist, both
Yeah.
of them. But yeah, but so okay, the monster from Native American folklore that that's mentioned here, it's been brought to my attention lately, which is weird because I am Native as well and I pay attention, but that's something that actually really isn't supposed to be messed with. Like traditionally, a lot of people don't even say the name, and so having it kind of waved all over the place on a TV show is a little rough. I almost feel like,
Blumhouse would jump at that shit in half a minute.
yeah, but you're not. But it's just one of those things. It's like kind of just trampling tradition a little bit.
Well, there's sacred demon, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think. I mean, you could easily change that.
Well, the problem with it is though, that is actually the coolest aspect of the setting of the story. To me, like that would be the most interesting thing to explore. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's kind of, I don't know, pissing in some people's punch. But I'm interested. I will always be up for a few rounds of Stephen King adaptation.
yeah. I like I said, I think, and we talked about it before a number of episodes back, like with the idea of it, with how much it has before the two movies that now exist, then the miniseries, that they could potentially dive into and just do another Pennywise movie. I mean, it'd be called It because marketing. Like I think I'm more up for that one than this, but I'm not necessarily down on this. I'm kind of middle of the road on the newer movie. I think there's some stuff they definitely missed on, but there's some stuff that I enjoyed too. I do think that if they were to ask me my opinion, I would say do this movie, but do it through Judd's perspective in some way. Like maybe he's telling the story like a narrator almost, and get freaking John Lithgow.
Oh yeah,
Because he was great. I actually think I preferred his Judd to the original.
Yeah.
So would they have to like Star Wars young him down, or like John Lithgow to get that?
Just have him narrate it.
Just have him narrate. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. I
do
mean,
the whole
for his dog though, like if you're going to show that, I mean, you could de-age him or you could recast either way. But just if
you mean when he's a boy,
if he's
and
narrating,
buries his dog up there.
Yeah, then the article mentioned that as potentially something you could
Or
do.
you just hire a child actor to do that.
Yeah,
But it's the Bob Saget voiceover for How I Met Your Mother for the main character. This is How I Met Your Mother. It's Bob Saget, but it's played by a completely different actor. That's what you do is you have John Lithgow be the narrator where he's talking to Lewis, but it's other actors playing him throughout his life.
yeah.
You know?
And I think that is one of my biggest gripes of the newer movie is I just don't feel the Lewis and Judd relationship was there at all.
It wasn't.
And I think that's one of my favorite parts of the book was their
it's
relationship.
so good.
So that was I remember that being my biggest gripe when me and you walked out of the theater and we were talking outside the theater. I said that's my biggest gripe is the relationship wasn't there, and that's like one of the biggest aspects of the book in my mind. I mean, obviously there's the horror element, like the big stuff, but it's like I just feel like relationally, the really big thing there is Judd and Lewis, and that relationship was huge in the book. So to see it kind of like downgraded, delegated down to a lower level was kind of a bummer.
I've seen this before, and I brought this up before. Robert puts in the chat, would like to see a prequel to Christine with her rolling off the assembly line and what the hell caused the possession of an inanimate car. And I just enjoy seeing the car kill people. Katie says that's an idea I could get behind. And the thing for me is that this has resonated since I heard someone talking about John Wick. John Wick was a fantastic movie that just caught people off guard. You know, Keanu Reeves wasn't taken seriously as an action star really around then. And when they announced that they were making a second and potentially a third, I heard someone mention, okay, is this going to add to the universe, or are they just doing a cash? You know, is this going to make the universe a bigger and better place and world build, or are we just out for money?
Yeah.
Because if we're out for money, then I'm not going to enjoy it as much as if you're going to build the world. That's the thing I worry about. Is the other side of that is over explaining. I've seen movies where it's like, well, we need a world build, and then they spend a movie explaining everything, and it's like, we don't need that.
See, that's where
I want a couple of answers. That's it.
I'm an exposition horse, so I like the more backstory, the better. But I understand exactly what you mean. It's a fine line to walk between
Mm-hmm.
setting your characters in their relationship and while simultaneously giving enough history that's not. We don't need to know what they went through in middle school,
Yeah,
unless
it's
pertinent to what's
okay.
what's being discussed there on the screen.
I'll
Yeah.
give you one example, and I don't remember. Tad, correct me if I'm wrong. If it was you that said this, or if it was one of our other friends that said this, but the Rob Zombie Halloween was not good because we got Michael's abuse. We don't need to see that.
Yeah, that was one of my problems with it. Like,
Yeah, okay.
I won't say it was bad. I actually enjoyed it because of where where that franchise was at the time. I think it was a needed movie, but I don't like the whole aspect of showing his because like ultimately he's scarier if you don't explain anything. I think Michael Myers became less scary in the second movie when they said suddenly Laurie Strode's his sister. Like he was way scarier in the first movie because nobody fucking knew. He was just an escaped mental patient that fucking butchered a bunch of people. Like it was cool. Like that's what's cool. That's what's scary about it. Once you start adding like. I'm of the Randy from Scream, thought process. Don't give it a motive; it makes it less scary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's where
Yeah.
that's what I worry about with Christine is that Christine's terrifying because it just there's this one random ass car in the millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions that rolled off that assembly line. There's one that's demonic and wants to kill people. That's terrifying. Would it ruin it if we found out why? That's my question. It's
Yeah.
why?
Well, the movie, the Carpenter movie. Speaking of Halloween, they explain it. Isn't there someone killed in it or no?
No.
No, never mind. It's not explaining it. It just shows that it was evil from
it shows the assembly line. It shows the guy gets in with a cigar.
Yeah.
And Christine gets mad at him and fucking kills him.
Yeah, the book it explains more what's going on, but
Yeah.
I don't know. For Christine, I'm of the opinion that I don't want to call it a remake, but I want a new movie of Christine that's set in the modern day where it's still the same car because I just feel like in the modern day, I just feel like it'd be an interesting thing. Like now you've got self-driving cars, you've got like
Oh
just
my God.
just everything like I just think it would be an interesting to take Christine in our modern day.
I would love to see the best friend get in the car and go to plug in his iPhone and go, "Where's the iPhone plug?" And he's like, "Dude, this is an old car. He doesn't have it." He's like, "Man, what a piece of shit!" Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even saying it's a great idea. I just think I would love to see Christine in
In the modern-
2021.
Yeah.
I see that 100%, but there's along with the fine line of backstory and such, which is kind of necessary for an inanimate object just to be evil. Somewhere balancing between killer cars from Monty Python's Flying Circus, where they just pop out of the alleyway and crush people, like cartoon Goofy, and then you've got Maximum Overdrive, which is terrible. We just said that at the same time, which is freaking ridiculous. That movie is so. Oh my God! Like King had probably a bad acid trip.
No, he
Or
straight up
something.
said that movie was that cocaine was his co-director.
Oh,
Yeah.
exactly. So he had been out of his mind, and the thought stuck with him for some 72 hours, I'm sure, where he was in this terribly paranoid state about everything in his apartment or his house or whatever. And the thought obviously triggered him to where this Christine is more of it's like a solo show, and you get this inanimate object that's just evil. But then you've got Maximum Overdrive, where this ATM called me an asshole. Like ridiculous. Okay, that's unforgivable directing, but at this point, and we've been waiting to say this. The man does not know how to direct jack squat when it goes to path to the page. It's so terrible, but it's great. It's a great, terrifying idea. So I think Christine is as kind of okay. Let's just take it down to brass tacks and set Maximum Overdrive over here. We'll take the old Christine and set it over here, and figure out. That's where I turn into an exposition Nazi, is because I want to know why. But I mean, other than being a greedy asshole, first world problems, like, oh, I need to know why this thing's motivated because I can't get behind it. But it's other than the blatant fact that it's a machine and it wants to kill you because whatever, because it needs to cool off, and I don't know. I can buy it but I can't buy it at the same time. You understand? Like it's too goofy for me to take serious. My verisimilitude can't handle um anything outside of just Christine. I'd say just for the audacity. I'm just like, why would everything go hen shit? Like all of a sudden your toaster's mad at you. You know, it's like Ghostbusters 2 gave us the goo, which gave us a reason to have something animated on the smallest scale. And then it's like, wow. But sorry, there's my tangent.
Well,
On
okay,
Christine.
so Christine, I don't know, but like Trucks slash Maximum Overdrive is definitely, I think, an intentional homage to dumb, bad, stupid science fiction horror movies from the 50s and 60s that like King would have seen,
When he was a kid.
yeah, at a drive-in. And I love Maximum Overdrive with all my heart. It's my special boy, and it's so incredibly deeply stupid as a movie
So
that
how
I
would
just
you
have to love it. It's my
aim Christine to not be that?
well, so they made a Christine movie that it was Carpenter, and
Yeah.
apparently it was really good. I still haven't seen it because I'm a loser.
I actually think Carpenter does it better than King in
Mhm.
some ways, just because like King eventually makes it very clear what's going on, and Carpenter always just leaves it open. And I almost think again, it's like the Halloween thing I just mentioned, and it's the same director. I think Mystery almost makes it for me, and
It's scarier.
yeah, it's scarier because it's like you just don't fucking know. Like,
Mhm.
but
Yeah,
in the book, it's like suddenly at certain points you actually see like manifestations of what's going on. So it's like, in a way, I think Carpenter. Obviously, I think King's book is better overall, but in terms of some of those style points, I think Carpenter does it better in style execution.
I mean, Carpenter has made some amazing movies.
All hell
The guy-
John Carpenter, master of horror.
Yeah, he is. He's the man. He's one of my favorites.
He is the Stephen King of movie horror.
Okay. But does Stephen King have a Ghosts of Mars?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we could find one. Tommy Knockers.
Oh, good call. Oh, yeah, okay. There is. Oh, that hurts. All right.
Okay, so
Cemetery prequel.
Sorry about that.
so we're not even to the chart yet because we got more to add.
Good God.
So Stephen King's most recent Castle Rock book is being adapted as a movie. This is by Eric Eisenberg from Cinema Blend on
Okay.
February 26, 2021.
Did I miss something? What the hell is a Castle Rock book?
Set in Castle Rock, the
Oh,
town.
thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
wait, did I miss something? Like, was something like announced? Or...
No.
Okay.
No, just of his story set in Castle Rock.
Thank you.
And the picture obviously gives it away of what we're talking about. It says at the time that I am writing this, there are literally dozens of works, both for the big screen and small, and even new movies and shows are released. It seems like the list of upcoming project only grows bigger. For example, just last week we learned that writer-director Edgar Wright is remaking The Running Man, and will hone closer to the source material of the more than the 1987 feature. We can now exclusively report that the film version of the 2018 book Elevation is in the works as well. Jack Bender is a filmmaker with plenty of experience when it comes to Stephen King adaptations, having credits on shows including Under the Dome, Mr. Mercedes, and The Outsider, and he is currently not only developing a miniseries version of the 2019 novel The Institute, but is also working on making Elevation into a feature. So yeah, this guy is maybe
He's been around.
yeah, he's punching for some Mick Garris level stuff here. This seems like with as many projects as he's got in the King pantheon. And we have talked about him more recently, or probably in the last year when they announced the Institute. We would have talked about him. It says what makes Elevation such an interesting book in this particular context is that it is actually one of the shortest that King has ever or has written. The author is famous for crafting substantial tomes that are regularly between 500 and 600 pages, but his 2018 novel, it says in parentheses, which is more of a novella despite what it says on the cover, is less than 150. As such, a feature adaptation will have to expand the material, but there's a fantastic foundation for Jack Bender to build on. Set in the fictional Castle Rock, Maine, the same setting as the Dead Zone, Cujo, Needful Things, and more, Elevation tells the story of Scott Carey, a man with a mysterious problem. No matter what he does, he continues to lose weight. And what only makes the condition more bizarre is that not even heavy clothing seems to impact the scales, which that's interesting.
Wait, what?
So like, yeah. And as though being a medical oddity weren't enough, he finds himself embroiled in a controversy involving the next door neighbors, a lesbian couple trying to keep their restaurant in town afloat. But find their efforts impeded by bigots. While Jack Bender didn't want to spill too many details about the feature adaptation, he did explain why it was this project that he was attracted to, specifically highlighting King's brand of social optimism and inherent kinginess. And he said, quote, I've always saw it as adapting the book because it's a fable. It's very out of Stephen King's box of horrors, etc. It's really about how we can all be better people, and it's a wonderful story. It's one of those little gems, and I felt that right from when I first read it. So it sounds like that's kind of his take on why he wants to do it. Says the script for Elevation is already getting the Stephen King stamp of, or has already got the Stephen King stamp of approval. Hopefully, it won't be too long before we see the film heading deeper into development and then production. So
Nice.
yeah, I haven't read it.
No.
I actually, somehow this slipped by me completely. It doesn't even register in my mind.
I've never even heard of it.
Like, yeah. What about you guys?
I've heard of it, but to be honest, I thought Elevation was the story about the guy who has weird dreams and knows the magician, like from his childhood. I have not read Elevation.
Yeah.
I am oblivious. Yeah, I'm no idea.
That sounds like interesting, especially an optimistic one. I like King's more optimistic stuff, especially when adapted. Like Shawshank Redemption is chef's kiss.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah.
I look forward to any app. I mean, Castle Rock, the series. I don't know if you guys want to go into that barrel of bananas, but with seeing the amount of care that the production put into season one, it got a little weird, and it was because Skarsgård.
This isn't actually
No, but this is a Castle Rock book. So I'm saying is like the Castle Rock theme, like this would have probably been included in a season 3 if they hadn't canceled it.
Oh yeah, possible.
So it's nice to see them continuing that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
definitely.
But I haven't really. That's the side. That's the snack bar of King's house I haven't gotten to yet.
So then, no chart yet because one more to talk about.
Good Lord.
That's adding to the realm here, and this is a big one. Steven Spielberg, Duffer Brothers team to tackle Stephen King's Talisman.
Oh, right. Yeah, we talked about this on Discord.
So by Boris Kitt from the Hollywood Reporter on March 5th, 2021. So this is a big deal because I mean this has been basically in developmental hell for over 30 years. Yeah, closer to 40 actually. So starting off here, it says in 1982, Stephen King was so enamored by The Talisman, the fantasy horror book written by Stephen King and Peter Straub, that 2 years before the book was published, he acquired the rights outright and in perpetuity. So yeah, been sitting on it since 1982. He then spent the next 35 plus years developing it as a movie, trying in vain to find a way into the story, which I find that an interesting line there. Find a way into the story, which means that like maybe it hasn't really necessarily been backburnered as much as like he's tried to approach it multiple times and just hasn't found the right way to execute.
The right way to handle it.
Yeah, which is like, I mean, as Dark Tower fans, we see
understand.
it, right? Like, yeah, like the movie, it's like we've talked at length, like how the movie, it's like, cool. It's easy to say like the movie wasn't great because of X, Y, Z, but at the same time, it's like, how would you have done it different? Like, it's really hard to like deal with like how you're going to dive into this in a single movie. I mean, obviously the Glenn Mazzara series would have had a much easier time, but I don't know. Yeah, it feels like we've approached that conversation twice now with the Dark Tower. Next up, it says, now The Talisman may finally be ready to reach screens, but as befits the times, as a series. And it says, and as it sometimes takes a village to raise a project, Spielberg has assembled some mighty collaborators to help him make the adaptation a reality. The Duffer Brothers, whose own Stranger Things owes more than a few debts to King's work, will executive produce the series adapting the book, which will be produced by Netflix in association with Spielberg's Amblin Television and Paramount Television Studios. Curtis Gwen, who worked as a writer, executive producer on the Duffer Stranger Things, will act as writer and showrunner, which is in development. With the deal still being sewn up and in negotiation, Netflix and the production parties involved had no comment. Talisman tells the story of 12-year-old boy Jack Sawyer, who sets off on an epic road trip quest in order to save his dying mother. He is in search of the Talisman, a powerful relic that can not only heal his mother, but as he learns, save the world. Sawyer's journey crisscrosses two realities, the America we know and its dangerous fantasy world twin, the Territories. The book was an instant bestseller when it hit stores in 1984, and King and Straub reunited for a sequel in 2001. On the adaptation front, the most recent developments occurred in 2019 when Mike Barker, who directed several episodes of The Handmaiden Tale, was involved with what was eventually, or what they envisioned to be, a feature. So I actually think that slipped by us too. I didn't realize they were trying to adapt it as a film only a couple of years ago. It says for the new take on the Talisman, Matt and Ross Duffer will executive produce via their Monkey Massacre Productions, which I love the name of that. While Spielberg executive produces via Amblin Television, along with partners Daryl Frank and Justin Falvey. King will also executive produce as will Paramount Television. So it sounds like King is also plugged in and involved. So.
Nice.
Yeah,
A lot of love for Talisman and Black House going on in the chat right now.
Yeah, I was about to say the chat.
Of,
the chat's definitely going crazy a little bit. What does everyone think? I mean, one, do you trust it? Because like me, there's part of me that's like, okay, it's been almost 40 years now. Like, do I really want to?
I think the fact that Spielberg's getting help is reassuring, especially who he's getting help from. I mean, the Duffer Brothers. We know this. We've talked about this. They wanted to do it, couldn't, turned around and did Stranger Things, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So them coming into this, yeah, I'm good with that.
What do you guys
careful
think?
not to cast that as well. I mean, if they put Tom Wolfhard in that, I'm gonna throw up. But
No, he's too old.
he's too old. But
Finn,
I mean,
you mean Finn Wolfhard?
Or, excuse me, Finn Wolfhard. What did I say? Tom. I'm confused. Sorry. Anyway, no, that's great. I keep saying that because
Well,
I can't speak right now. My mind is I'm losing my mind. I need to take a breath. This is awesome.
I think that's this does plug in with the Dark Tower adaptation because and it loops back to the nothing is unfilmable thing. And yeah, it's true, nothing is unfilmable. I don't believe that anything is unfilmable. I believe that basically studio work makes things unfilmable, but the material itself isn't. And the only fear I have for the 40 years at 30, God, 40, yeah, because no, 38. Anyway,
Yeah,
you know,
almost 40. I am definitely pushing it up a little bit.
well, and I'm 37. I'll be 38 in June, and I was born in '83. So, but is that I think directors or creators seem to kind of pussyfoot around with these things, and it's like, dude, it's a short book about a kid. Here's the journey. Here are the beats. Here are the elements. Make the movie. The Never-Ending Story was made when I was like 4, and in the mid 1980s when you were lucky if you got claymation on the screen, and so there's nothing to stop this, and it's a gorgeous book. Like, it's one of my favorites of anything Stephen King has written. Discounting the association with the Dark Tower, and then just creates so much more texture for the Dark Tower, and vice versa. And then the movie I'd be more scared about an adaptation of, or the book I'd be more scared about an adaptation of, is Dark House or Black House, which is
The sequel.
also an amazing book and really necessary as a bookend on that story. But the Duffer Brothers are like the best possible choice. I'm sad that they're not directing it, but and making it a series as long as it's short, 8 episodes at most.
Yeah.
Yeah, Katie McPeak says in the chat, I used to use these to introduce my friend to the Dark Tower series. It was an easy intro into the idea of different worlds, and I agree wholeheartedly. I'm halfway through right now. And with this combination, and Spielberg, with his history through the 80s of kids being in these super, crazy circumstances, or the Duffer Brothers, it's right up the same alley and that same nerve. And I think that stems from Stephen King's writing. So on that idea of those of us in our generation, and knowing that you just kind of go out until and play, and your parents are like, well, be back before dark, or you're going to get your ass beat. And anything could happen, kind of circumstance that's not
eaten by a cloud.
I mean, it's still alive today in some capacity, but never. Well, I mean, kids have cell phones like they're 10, so you can track where they are and make sure they're okay. I don't know. That's one of those things where finding that nerve on where kids are up to, something, they're not nefarious, really doing anything unless you're like, um, in these circumstances, sweep them into this other world or into this total journey that they're willing to just travel and go. Like, it just screams of Jake.
Yeah.
It screams of.
Oh well, Jake and Jack are
I
twinners for
know
sure.
they're twinners, yeah, and it's that's that nerve that they're going to harness, and I think this is a great team to do that. I hope Spielberg, like you guys were saying, to tone him back a little bit because he does get a bit. Um, Everything has a nice bow on it, kind of Spielbergy. The end of the Goonies, kind of like it's like ridiculous. Everything works out, and it's like nah, like the end of Ready Player One. They said Spielberg was on it. I could smell Spielberg in that movie. I read the book and I was like, ew, ew, there's Spielberg all over this. So personally, there's that taste of like, dude, wrap it up and get off the set, will you? All right, he's bringing his name to it. He's bringing his brand to it, and hopefully he doesn't have too much. He's a bit George Lucas for me when it comes to random adventure stories. He gets a little too much into it. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
I know what you're talking about. I don't agree.
that's fine. That's fine.
I tried to read Jurassic Park when I was a kid, and it was so incredibly dry and boring that I was amazed that the movie is what that we
Well,
that we got the movie
that's
that we
a
got.
special case too, because they were doing all kinds of special effects.
But
And it
then,
was
like Ready Player One, like everything I have heard about the text of the book of Ready Player One and everything else I've seen from Ernest Cline is a bunch of stuff that I never really actually want on my eyeballs. So Steven Spielberg turning around and creating that movie that I actually did enjoy was impressive. I think a big deal here is, I mean, aside from a couple things, Munich and what is it? Oh, well, I don't know why I could forget the name. Schindler's List. King does a good job of keeping things pretty family. And one of my big pet peeves with Prestige Cable is the need to just throw in to just filth everything up.
I
Like
forgot about Schindler's List.
I love some schlocky filth in a movie, but I don't need Game of Thrones, ultra nasty every week, especially not in
Softcore.
yeah, especially not in The Talisman. And I think Spielberg is somebody who, would put his finger down on a page and say, "No, we're not filming that."
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
get your pedo creepy
Yeah.
80s kid weird ideas.
but also the Duffers do an amazing job of skirting that stuff too.
Mhm.
That Stranger Things is a really excellent show, and they it's like the perfect tone match between the tone of the book The Talisman and what they do with Stranger Things. Like I stand Stranger Things,
So
so
we can agree that they're all in the same vein.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
So
So I don't know how this can fail.
here's a question I was thinking of when I first saw this was from the Duffer Brothers' perspective. Do you think this is a bigger win that, like, in terms of like it doing their version of it way back in the day? I guess if you were a filmmaker, which would you rather do? It, prior to Eddie Machete doing it, or having this chance now to do The Talisman with Steven Spielberg?
This one was Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg. Wow, I butchered that one. I mean, you can name probably 2 or 3 more iconic directors that are still making films today that are as widely known as Steven Spielberg. To have the opportunity to work alongside him, I mean, that's like when you throw like someone in sports that gets to play with Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, I could go here and I could sign for 3 times as much money, or I could go sign with the Chicago Bulls and win 3 championships with Jordan. I think I'll take that one. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
And also, it's like it's not touched yet, right? Like, unlike it, you're always going to be rehashing a
That's
little
true.
bit because of Tim Curry's. And then also, it's a bestseller as well. Like, so yeah, you're getting King, you're getting a pretty popular book, you're getting one that hasn't been touched, and you're working with Steven Spielberg. It seems crazy because it's such a big fucking title that it's crazy to think that like maybe this is a better roundabout way. Plus, also they've obviously made their names big with Stranger Things, but like
So they have a poll of their fan base alone that's not Spielberg fans and not King fans. That's going to be like, oh, the Duffer Brothers are doing this. Oh, it's this kind of a movie. Oh, look at that trailer. That actually looks, well, it's a show, right? Not a
Yeah.
movie. They're doing a show. Oh, that actually looks pretty cool. that's right along the lines of the stuff in Stranger Things. I want to watch this now. So you're just like pulling from like 6 different directions on this one. You got your King fans, you got your King fans associated with King that haven't read it, like you. You have your Spielberg fans. You got your Duffer fans. They're pulling this. This could be a monumental series. So
It's one of those. I think of it as one of those art begets art begets art, because Stephen King would be kind of the granddaddy fish in this circumstance. Spielberg found his stuff and did his thing, and now the Duffer Brothers are, obviously in the only way this can fail is if they hand it to Sony in some way. That's it.
Well, I think Sony got the Marvel spanking they deserved and needed, but
I hope so.
at this point. But also, just to be honest, I've only read one Peter Straub book, and it was because I read both the stories about Jack. And I loved that book. It was weird as hell, and I loved every page of it. And I am honestly just glad that a project that he worked on is making it to the screen.
Yeah.
And especially after, I feel like a lot of Stephen King's work has been really mistreated on the screen until just this last 5 to 10 years. Excuse me. And now that, just this combination of creators, I feel like it's going to get a fair shake, especially in that format. And with, I'm glad that Straub is getting his due there, because I've been wanting a Talisman adaptation since I read it. And I first read it in my 20s. And I've actually read it more recently than any of the Dark Tower books.
That's what you recommended I start with after reading the Dark Tower. I think it was 12 times now I've gone, at least, and I've lost count. Like you guys were saying in the chat on how many times people had gone down the Dark Tower, and I'm still halfway through Talisman. It's a little hard to follow. It sags a little bit. You can kind of tell when Straub's handing off and King's standing. They kind of had a separate process, but I think that they could definitely blend that for the screen really well.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
they just have to take the text, basically.
Well,
They have to treat it as a whole work.
Well, yeah.
But the other thing that's great is, okay, so it's a series, but knowing the Duffer Brothers, they can start and end a series. That first season of Stranger Things, they were originally going to go into an anthology, and I'd still like to see that from them.
Yeah.
But they started and ended that story.
Yeah.
And they gave you a little weird cliffhanger, the end question mark at the end, but and then we got season 2, which was sick, and then we got season 3, which was rad, and now
I think they are hitting a wall a little bit with the material, but I think that's going to be amazing. I'm stoked. Don't get me the wrong way.
Yeah.
I'm stoked.
So I haven't read it, but being a Jake twinner, I do have a potential casting that I just pulled up here while we were talking. Jackson Robert Scott, also known as Georgie from the It movies.
Georgie.
As well as he was the lead in the horror movie Prodigy, where he's a demonic little kid. He's the right age. He's 12, and I don't know. I think he's done a good job so far in the couple movies I've seen him in. So the first thing I did is I looked up the kid from Haunting of Hill House and WandaVision, but he's 9, so he's a little bit too young. But he killed it. That kid did so good in Haunting of Hill House, and he's done good in WandaVision, so I'm like, maybe him. He's 9. But then I was looking, I found the kid that played Georgie is now 12, so maybe he could be
I think he'd be perfect.
Yeah, I think, Jack Sawyer is close to my heart for whatever reason. Because I did not read that as a child, but that story is just, it really grabbed a hold of me. Him and Wolf, that's important. That's important casting. But there are, the only other person I could ever think of to direct an adaptation of the Talisman would be Frank Darabont. Because I think he did amazing with The Mist.
Oh yeah.
I'll meet you out by the bike racks if you don't like the ending.
Apparently, there's people out there that don't. I stumbled on it recently, just watching some on YouTube, and apparently there's like a whole subculture that they've gone so far as to they've actually edited the movie to as closely align with the book ending, or the novella.
Mm.
And both endings are great.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite with King where I prefer the film ending, but it's they're equal to me.
Yeah,
Um,
and me, I'm with
I'm
King. I think the movie ending's the best personally. Just that's my opinion.
yeah. Well, and I've got a bias. I don't like I like a happy ending, and
I don't prefer children shot in the face.
well, I'm neither here nor there on that.
But
You know
yeah,
this,
yeah,
but
fucking awesome.
no, but at the same time, it's like, um, that's just part of my personality. But the film ending it's amazing, and uh, I don't know about Thomas Jane as a dude, but man, that guy can act, and he rarely gets to. Like,
Yeah,
and that end scene, I saw that was 10 years before I had kids. I was a stepdad, and that
It's one of the most intense.
it's so real like that. And I mean, we've all felt some measure of sorrow, sometimes crushing, and some of us more than others. And that the way his body language and vocalization is so real there.
And the way that, what was the director's name?
Frank Darabont.
He made total use of that.
Yeah.
yeah,
That acting style and that emotional impact, the way they conveyed that too. I love when they pull the. Sorry to talk about the ending of the mist when he pulls that shot, that wide shot, and you just see the flashes and a muffled pop, 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 pop,
yeah.
and then hear him screaming through that, and it holds on that second to realize, and he's alone again. Or now he's alone. Oh my God!
And then dry.
That's like
that gun.
Roland level epic, fucking excruciation.
There's your Roland. Okay.
Yeah, right. Holy
So
shit! There we go.
and we'll try to, because you got to do the chart. But I love Idris Elba, and I was stoked, but I didn't think of it until just now. Thomas Jane would have been the let's say it again, chef's kiss choice for Roland.
Would be. Hold hope. Cross your fingers. Knock on wood.
Yeah, I mean, at some point we'll get another go at it. I think. I just don't know when it'll be. So yeah, let's jump up and throw the chart up there. So yeah, we've got 5 additions to the list here: 3 movies or 3 series and 2 movies. So
Fireworks.
just crazy. I don't know if we've ever added this much in one go. It feels like recently we've actually been taking stuff off the list.
Yeah.
So,
this was canceled. This has been postponed indefinitely.
Yeah. So this, it's kind of cool to see more additions. And yeah, as one of the other articles we mentioned earlier kind of alluded to, there's a lot of shit on the way. So. And then let's go ahead and we got the last article here is some people might recognize this guy, Aaron Paul. Loves Stephen King and
My boy.
And is still trying to finish East of Eden. And this is from Tyler Aquilina from Entertainment Weekly on March 11th, 2021. And like again, I think Eddie Dean is often comes up when Aaron Paul gets brought up. With me and Peter, whether we're on mic or off, like that's just what it is. And I think we've even discussed on the show recently where it's like, well, he's kind of getting old, a little bit old for Eddie. It's like, but honestly, does Eddie really have to be 23?
They spelled his name wrong. It's not Aaron Paul. It's Eddie Dean.
So this is just a sit-down interview, and it's one of the ones where it gives you like the question and the answer, and I just grabbed some of the highlights. But at the start, it says Aaron Paul's latest gig, starring James Patterson's audio drama, The Coldest Case for Audible, was serendipitous in a couple of ways. For one thing, it brought him back to the world of crime drama, a genre Breaking Bad star loves, but also united him with the company whose work he's enjoyed for some time. And it says, quote, I'm a true fan of Audible and just audio storytelling, Paul told EW. I love reading as well, but I read so many scripts, so it's kind of nice to break it up. Mm-hmm. So just shout out for Audible, which I think that we would agree with heavily. I think I don't know about you two, but I know me and Peter are Audible junkies.
Oh, yeah.
Then it goes on and says, in between all of that and his prolific on-screen career, Paul does find time to take in printed books as well. Below, the actor fills EW in on books of his life, audio and otherwise. So we're only going to cover a couple of the questions that are pertinent to us, but there's a full interview with a lot of other questions. If you're a literary fan or an Aaron Paul fan or both, again, check out the show notes and you can read the whole thing here. But the question, the first one we're going to cover, says, a book I read in secret as a kid, is what they ask him. He says, I read it. I mean, I wasn't super young, but it was definitely a book that I kept hidden. I got it from my buddy, and he's like, you have to read this. I didn't even know who Stephen King was. Right when I started reading it, I felt like I was doing something really, really naughty. I had never felt that sort of fear. I'm just now realizing I don't think I've ever told my parents that. And then he laughs. So, yeah, he doesn't really have an age there, but I don't know. It is. That's what I always tell people. The hard part about it is there's all the horrific shit, but I feel like the biggest part of the book, it's a coming of age tale, and really there's a lot of innocence with like momentary flashes of horror type things. So I don't know, probably it might be a good one for younger people if, like in Aaron Paul's case where a friend gave it to him. It's, I don't know, good one. A movie adaptation of a book I love. He says it's got to be The Body. Stand By Me was a movie that really made me realize what I wanted to do for a living. I fell in love with Stephen King, like I said earlier on, maybe a little bit too early, but I love his storytelling. He has a way of blanketing you in his world and not letting you see outside of that bubble until you're done. And his stories just stick with you forever. And can I just get an amen there for that from Aaron Paul? Because that's a perfect and beautiful thing to say, because I think I agree. King does just kind of wrap you up, and you kind of lose vision of the real world when you're engrossed in a great King novel. Then the next one is a book I'd love to be in an adaptation of. He says, I love that I'm only going to say Stephen King stuff. I've always wanted them to make The Long Walk, which he wrote under a different name. I just think that it's a story that story is such a cool one, and you've kind of seen it kind of done in other worlds. But if they decided to do The Long Walk, I'd be begging and pleading to somehow be part of it. Sorry, Eddie. Sorry, Aaron. You're going to have to be a guard though at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's maybe there's some side characters that, and I don't know if maybe he doesn't realize it because he doesn't cover King the way we do. But yes, Long Walk is in development currently. That was on our chart there. So then the last question we have to cover here says, my literary hero. He says, it's got to be Stephen King. I would recommend to anyone that's like, I don't really read, to do yourself a favor and pick up one of these many books. He's such a great author for someone that's just kind of dipping their toe in, even though some of his books are just massive. I'm not going to say, hey, here, read The Stand. But if I think you might want a quick read, read The Long Walk or read The Body, you'll go on a ride. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, just a fun little thing from Aaron Paul there. Like I said, it's a larger interview where he talks about a bunch of stuff, but those are the ones that I wanted to cover here for Stephen King reasons. And he is our spiritual Eddie Dean.
Yeah.
Until proven otherwise.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. That's so good to hear that he's such a fan as well. That's one thing that kind of took the sails out of Idris Elba's performance in Dark Tower, which I enjoyed his performance. But when they had him on a fan cast or some sort of interview, and he was like, they were asking him if he'd read the books and what this meant, and all the doing the nerdy things that we do, asking him questions. He was like, no, I didn't really read the books. I don't really know. And I was like, oh man, really? And then my heart just kind of sank a little bit. I was like, well, he did great. I just felt that appreciation to the original content is a nod, and actors use it and actors don't use it. So, yeah. But at least doing that homework, I can definitely see Aaron Paul, if he were to play Eddie in some quote unquote, knock on wood, some adaptation of the Dark Tower in some capacity, I think he would still be a shoo-in. Just changing Eddie's age a little bit. So agree 100%.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. He's got blue eyes.
Or you could wait until he gets old enough to play Roland. It depends on
20 years. Yeah.
So if we get the adaptation sooner, we change Eddie's age. If it takes longer, we hopefully, I don't know.
Get him as Roland. The thing is, though, is like, I think he's like 40, somewhere in that range. But the thing is, I don't think he really shows his age. Because that means he would have been probably like late 20s, early 30s when they were doing Breaking Bad. And I don't think he was ever portrayed to being that old necessarily. So he definitely plays younger than his actual age. But honestly, like I said, we've talked about it before because honestly, I know that there is some people that don't necessarily buy Aaron Paul as Eddie Dean. They're not really into it. But I think when it comes to the age, it's such a pointless thing. It's not that important for him to be any certain age. There's nothing that's story driven that says he has to be 23 that he is. He can't be
old, but yeah, no, he could definitely be in his, I'd say up to, well, we'll see how he ages, I guess.
Small town, so we can step outside and see how drugs will make somebody look about 15 years older. But
He's 41.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he could still easily play someone in their 20s. Like, he just doesn't show age like some people.
Also, can we acknowledge the fact that he's got a picture of an RV on his wall?
Oh, yeah. When I was, because this one, they didn't have a picture. They just had a video of the interview. So I had to, like, freeze frame it and, like, screen grab for this. And so, yes, I did absolutely make sure that the RV was in the picture there, because
He was just on Stephen Colbert, or was it? No,
I don't know.
he was just on a late show of some kind. They just did an interview, and he had a speakeasy hidden in his house.
oh, man.
I can't remember. Just watched it the other day. It was him or Kimmel. And yeah, he was so cool about it. Like, he opens the wall up and shows them where you can go down into this creepy room in his house that he has in his house in Idaho is where he lives when he's not living in LA.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a cool.
I actually, I remember the finale of Breaking Bad. I think he actually did a big screening up in Idaho, and I remember thinking that was odd. And I'm like, and I looked it up, and like, I think he's from Idaho. So
he was born in Idaho. I just looked him up to get his age. Yeah, he was born in Idaho. So
yeah, because I remember thinking like, God damn it, Idaho's getting him. Why doesn't he do a screening here? You know, Salt Lake. I don't know.
And we're in Oregon, so we know how we feel about Idahoans.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are closer to the kind of extreme side of Idaho. Idaho for us is a little bit, it's like kind of more hipstery and just kind of like normal. But yeah, you guys are close to the crazies side of Idaho. And no offense to anyone that might be listening from that area. I'm sure if you're from that area, you probably understand what we're referring to. But there's a lot of...
We're like Cooper was saying, that's a small town thing. I think is like, oh, it's crazy Idaho drivers and whatever. But yeah, no, they'll kill somebody.
Never heard anything good. No. You know, actually, Boise's kind of a neat city, or it can be. You can't turn left out of a parking lot to save your life, but otherwise, it's got a neat little scene. It's got a little rock and roll scene and stuff.
And that's
like
cool that he did that for them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think they screened it in like a cemetery as well.
Oh, nice.
That sounds about right for Aaron Paul.
So kind of fun. Okay, so then the only thing we got left is odds and ends, and then basically it's Uncle Stevie recommends. He had a tweet recently where he says, I caught a glimpse of this during the Super Bowl. Looks really good. I hope I can go to a theater to see it. And this is the trailer for Old, the new M. Night Shyamalan movie. If you watch a Super Bowl, you probably saw the ad for it.
I didn't.
Yeah, maybe I'll throw the video on the show notes as well for people to check out. But yeah, that's a King recommends. Not necessarily that he's seen it and recommends it, but so much as he's excited to see it. So trailer looks intriguing. So yeah, that should be maybe fun. I don't know. I'm so on M. Night Shyamalan, but
A big thumbs down for me.
yeah, I don't.
It looks like makes me think of Thinner immediately.
Yeah, I did too. Like the second I saw the trailer and thought of Thinner.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll be willing to maybe check it out because the trailer did intrigue me. I've never been the biggest fan of his. Like I think that what he does is super impressive, and I think he's talented as all hell. It just isn't always for me necessarily his stuff, but yeah, I'll check that out. So yeah, then I guess we're about around 2.5 hours. In terms of Palaver, do you guys have any topics you wanted to bring up? We try to speed through it, but there's really no way to speed through with the way with tangents, and then just and then also
never apologize for tangents on Dark Tower Palaver.
Also, there's a bunch of shit to talk about. Like I don't know when we've had a list this long of things to cover, and the problem is that most of them are like news related, where it's like I can't really like punt these because like this we're doing the stand on our next roundtable, so it's like these would be bumped a month basically, and it's like
we wouldn't be covering these until April.
Yeah, and that didn't seem acceptable. So. Yeah, but what do you guys have for Palaver topics?
Oh, I talked way too much, and so well, I did notice on your chart on the list that Buick 8 is in production.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been announced. I don't know if it's in full production yet. I just have in development, so. Could be any stage of development there. Some of those on the higher end, on the list have been announced, but probably like we've worked our way down, so the stuff at the top has probably been announced further back, and God knows if they still exist. We haven't had any news that they've been canceled,
officially canceled.
But yeah, right now that's what's all coming yeah, the films though are weird because I mean, like if you look at the series side, Lizzy's story, like that's obviously very very close to coming out. We know we've heard about the Overlook, and that kind of stuff. The Institute we just had a reference to today, but the movies, some of those have been on there for a while, and I just don't know what is coming or when on a lot of this stuff.
Okay, because yeah, From a Buick 8 is another one of my favorites. One of my little like, it's definitely Dark Tower related, 100%. But it's so kind of out there, dark horse. Like nobody cares about this book,
Yeah,
and I just the hell out of it. And I feel like it's a movie, but it uh, a low budget one. Because like, don't throw a bunch of money at it. That just and blow it up. But I love that story. It's one of the few stories about a law enforcement officer I can really get into these days. But
yeah,
it's got that, it's like got the bright side of King's small town thing. Because
yeah,
King does a lot of of exposing the underbelly of small town.
yeah. Like the
Uh,
dark side of the small town is fairly prevalent in a lot of his stuff.
which is, I mean, again, coming from a really small town, that dark side is that's a beefy subject,
I haven't read it. I didn't follow.
but that I can kind of synopsize it. It's a random abandoned car, flashy looking car shows up outside of a town, outside like in a small town one day, and they just impound it at the sheriff's or stater's barracks,
Yeah.
and they just impound it there, and a bunch of weird shit happens. Basically, there's a portal to the wastelands in the trunk. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But and there's a bunch of weird shit there, and it's rad, and most of it is about just the guy, just the officer. You know that it's
So-
his thought process of just dealing with this awful MacGuffin, like this.
More specifically, it's about a kid dealing with his father's death, who was a patrolman, was one of the cops. So he's like taken in by them and discovers the Buick, and it's kind of like a, well, tell me about it. No, it's not for you kind of thing.
Yeah, because that's a perfect way to have kids not mess with something.
I know,
like,
right?
Just stay far away from this, and like, okay, yeah, that's gonna work. Like, you could like tell you what you should tell the kid is like, hey, if you go near this car, your dog's gonna die. Like, just
God.
then the kid will stay away.
Santa Claus is not coming to your house.
Well,
this
and
year.
probably accurate in that case too. But
I will mention too. I actually do recall once you mentioned like being law enforcement centered. I don't know why that slipped my mind. We actually did cover more recently that this is actually probably delayed a while, specifically because the producer, whoever was behind it, basically said that this just probably isn't the right time to try this story. So it wasn't full on canceled, but it definitely was given the impression that it's probably not coming anytime soon.
It's been postponed.
Yeah, it's backburnered. So I do remember that once you mentioned that, that sparked in my mind. In the last maybe 3 months or so, or 6 months maybe, they did say that this is, not necessarily canceled, but it's probably not coming as quick as it may have been prior to like last year.
Well, and yeah, I'm an African American male, and I could probably go without another CSI or Law and Order show, but right now would be the wrong time for a Dragnet remake. But there is something about that story where it's like, yeah, but the character really is just a dude. Like, it really is about him as a guy,
Yeah,
as a person.
yeah,
And so even though like I can watch this person wear the smoky hat and all that kind of stuff and be a cop, but at the same time, the story is so much about this person and this weird thing and this kid.
yeah.
I really appreciate that. Plus, Stephen King has no love for corrupt cops, so it's not like, there's going to be a bunch of glorifying that. It's not NYPD Blue.
Yeah.
So there's that. But that's one of those stories where it's like, you could almost throw that onto an anthology show. I would be surprised if it didn't show up on Creep Show because it's so weird. But
So is the portal? Forgive me, I'm completely oblivious. You guys have read this, right?
I have.
I have not.
Okay, so does the portal work? That was Peter's Reddit.
Yeah.
Okay, so does the portal work like the one on 11/22/63? It's kind of there. How does that?
I'm
See
not.
here.
You're asking
So
for an explanation that would absolutely ruin the novel.
okay. Well, hold on.
It would absolutely. No, there's you can't go into this one because the large part of it is
The mystery.
the mystery of it. This is one of those ones where it's like, hey, who killed him? It's a murder, like Knives Out. Hey, what's the the actual killers? What's the motive and everything? Can't go in. This one is one of those ones that what Hooper is given is what you can give. If you read up any more on it, or if I go into it, you're going to be very disappointed with me for spoiling parts of it for you.
And then it'll be hashtag Peter is terrible.
And that's not going to happen because I'm not.
Hey, I haven't had any hashtag Tad is terrible this episode, so
I should have given you one for the freaking dog's gonna die one. Jeez.
Right? Yeah.
I'll leave that up to our guest host to give it out when it's deserved.
it's only because I didn't say your bumbler will die.
See, now hashtag Tad is terrible for making me think about Boy dying.
Oh, you guys. Okay, here's the thing. Thanks to Twitter, I have now seen a real life Billy Bumbler.
Go
It's
on.
You have my attention.
This is an animal that exists.
This is an actual animal that exists.
I'm on Google. I'm ready.
I think I remember this. Go on.
What the hell?
And it's it's like a bear dog cat.
Okay.
It's like the size of a cat and acts like a dog, but also kind of looks like a bear.
Wow.
And it's the best. I saw a little video of this thing and it was moving and it's like it was animated with no frames in between. It was amazing. It's probably my new favorite animal. But yeah, that's a Billy Bumbler. It exists. I swear.
What's it called?
It's a pine marten.
Oh, pine marten. I've seen a pine marten in person.
Yeah.
Marten.
Yeah. And I've decided. I saw it and I was like, oh boy.
It does actually have a very weaselly face too.
Mm-hmm. They make a weird noise.
Yeah, it's like a.
Yeah. That's adorable.
It's like if Wolverines, exercised and weren't the devil.
So we can even just imagine one impaled on a tree. Over
God.
Or saying Oland.
Oh, hashtag all you suck.
The heart was bigger than the chest it held. It. Oh, it was such a great line.
Why would you do that?
Or when Quick grabs him and wrings him like a rag.
Oh.
Yeah, see, you, sir. Hashtag Alan is terrible.
Yeah.
What the scene where he senses the bumbler that gets eaten by Mordred the first time?
Why did you do this?
Worse, because
So yeah,
Yeah, it was.
so pine marten for everyone listening, if you want to Google that up and look at the creature here. That's the only thing with the slideshow is the slideshows are prepped in advance, so I can never just throw something up like on the fly. But yeah, I could definitely see it. There's been a few animals I've seen over the years that people say is a Billy Bumbler, Earth approximation.
Katie in the chat says, "Stop it."
sorry.
Katie.
Oh. The harm I'm throwing out is only towards Peter. That's. I mean, the rest of you are all just collateral damage.
You're just here to experience my pain when he throws the javelin into my heart. Bastard.
Speaking of Katie, I wanted to interject just a little bit to throw a shout out to the Ted of Discord. That's if anybody's followed, we've mentioned it a couple of times in the chat, and I think I talked about it. It was an ARG Dark Tower game before the Dark Tower movie came out. And there was a lot of folks that participated in that ARG that would send you to links to different websites, to different social media profiles to find details. And it was amazing. It was amazing. Some of these people in here are lifelong friends. 2 of them actually met and got married.
That's cool.
They're awesome. Great people. And it was a super awesome Tet to have while that was going on in that time back in 2016, 2017.
Didn't it kind of get shut down because the movie was trying to half-ass one
did.
too?
Yeah, we had a din. Shout out to Fist Missile, our din, and other members would assume different ranks and have different jobs on certain puzzles or whatever we were working on at the time. Usually it was like, hey guys, hope you're doing. Found this random hint here, or there's something here we need to decode. It was methodical. The guy that made it was incredible, web designer, and he let us actually see the end before he got the cease and desist from Sony, and they're terrible, terrible people.
And they didn't
Um,
even they didn't even like do theirs.
yeah, that's what I was saying. And then they tried to do their own, like a bunch of assholes, and screwed it up completely. They had a really great idea, and they could have used it into their advantage, but no. They decided to put the kibosh on it. I was like, this is some brilliant marketing before the Dark Tower movie. This was a great ode. It's like in the Dark Tower series when you know that the quartet goes through a Wizard of Oz kind of feel, like in the beginning and end of Wizard and Glass, and those kinds of themes. This was more of an Alice in Wonderland theme, and they went down all kinds of crazy rabbit holes with the puzzles. There was a Somber Group page. There was a Lemerc Foundry page. There was an North Central Positronics page. We had characters we were interacting with. This person and his family were like working social media accounts like 12 hours a day to keep up with the puzzle, and we were on their trail, and then we got the cease and desist. So we were almost through it, and it was one of the coolest times of my life. So that's yay for the head of Discord and all those folks out there, and we miss it deeply, and hope someday something like it will happen again.
Yeah, I believe that's
There
actually.
was
I believe you mentioned it in your first email to us, if memory serves.
Oh yeah, that's in searching for that ARG actually I think led me to your podcast, because I was in the middle of just jiving straight down the path of the beam through the Dark Tower series. I was just whipped right through that whole series in less than a year, and was just in the throes of it. So that it was they were drumming up in rumors of the movie, for the Dark Tower, and it was kind of one of those things where it was perfect timing. And the people we met along the way was awesome, and we still keep in contact here and there. We even had a tetanus thing where we'd send gifts or cards, or I have magnets on my fridge from Nottingham from my good from the good folks there. I shouldn't mention their names, but yeah, it was really neat. So
That's awesome.
that hope in and what we were doing to solve the puzzle, and how in character we were as well. That was another thing. There was like, we would say Heil Gunslingers, and we'd introduce each other, and we'd speak in the old speak if we were paying respect to someone that found something great, and that whole ethos was through our Tet. And I think that's a combination of King's just outlandish, completely awesome writing, and then the appreciation for,
That
good.
was your that was your first fandom.
Yeah, it was my first fan freakout, power nerd on that one.
The
Yeah.
real tower friends you made along the way.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The more you know, tangents.
Yeah, that's
I
awesome.
I had to make that, and so yeah, just wanted to shout out to those guys. Thank you for all that. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Miss
for
you guys.
sure, for sure. I'm trying to remember now. In the Discord, we got some people making reference to or was it on Twitter now, about some of the phrases we say all the time should be T-shirts. Or was that in Discord? Do you remember that?
I think that was. I don't think that was in Discord.
Okay, maybe it was on Twitter. So I think Indeed was one, and I think for sure people said we should make Dark Tower shirts of those, because apparently we say both of those a lot.
The one I want the most is #Ted is terrible, because that's one I say almost every
Yeah,
single
right?
episode.
And then just have a picture of Oi, but you say Roland, Oland. Yeah. And then put that to the bottom. No reference whatsoever.
You know what you could do is it would take a lot of design work, but have a coffee mug with Oi. It's one of those ones when you put hot liquid in it, changes, and it changes to him impaled, and it says Roland, and it says Oland.
Oh my God! No. No, terrible.
Man, that
Favorite part of any.
I'm gonna leave now before I punch Tad.
Pick one that was
He's like,
Dandelo.
he's like going above and beyond his normal horribleness.
I would use a Dandelo cup that changed between him and Don, his alter ego comedian guy.
yeah.
Like,
I love Dandelo, by the way. It's one of my favorite, just minor characters.
I'd prefer to have the coffee mug where it's Randall Flagg with eyes and without eyes.
How dare you? How
I
dare you?
ran.
Face, not demon face.
I enjoyed Dandelo on the level of is it, that question in my mind of, is that another Pennywise? Is that another, like,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
emotional
they were
vampire?
definitely in the same cloth.
Um, but you know, I I go through like shoots and troughs of reading for fun, and I've seriously been on a no reading kick for the last like 5 years, which is probably alien to a lot of people. But um, my first big tear through somebody's shared universe, an author's universe, was H.P. Lovecraft, and I seriously burnt like 3 nights of sleep reading through all of his work online, and
Wow.
yeah, and uh, used to just geek out on that stuff, and then once I got into the Dark Tower and Stephen King's thing, it was kind of the same thing all over again. It's like, oh, here's this person, with this interconnected world and the similarities between it. And the Pennywise and Dandelo types
Would now
are so Lovecraftian.
could
It's insane.
could
And
we say that Pennywise is a twinner, or Dandelo is a twinner of Pennywise?
well,
Is that possible? Because he's really old.
the only thing that I know of, like, to geek out like a Star Trek nerd here, because I'm one of those too, but is the mythology of Pennywise has him being like from the full on before times, whereas Pennywise, or she,
Yeah,
Pennywise is like, yeah, freakishly powerful, or she likes to say. Um, Whereas Dandelo seems like kind of a little pissant.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dandelo, like,
He
just a
gets
little
trounced.
bitch hanging out in
Yeah,
in
he
this
gets
cabin.
he gets whipped pretty hard.
Um, like an afterthought on the part of the Crimson King. I like
Now,
the
could,
go
could could he potentially be weakened by the fact that he's so close to the tower?
could be. Though it seems that characters like Flag and the Crimson King are almost empowered as they approach because that's their goal. It's like they get there and then they've got the literal world in their hands.
Yeah.
I think Dandelo is just a wuss. Like,
Yeah.
uh, it's one of those things. that People, I enjoy the end of Flag in the Dark Tower stories, not because not out of a petty hatred for Randall Flagg, because I love the character as a character. Um,
Oh,
but it's that, like I was saying before, um, Flag represents real evil, like metaphorically, represents human badness and the petty, gross things. If you look at him across all of his appearances, the petty, gross, cruel evil
yeah,
of humans, whereas the Crimson King is the evil, the archetype evil, the concept of evil,
yeah.
Yeah.
uh, and so it's really fitting for the evil of men to be killed in such a
Ingested.
human way, because humans are prey, people are prey animals. And Flag goes around thinking that he's an alpha predator, that he's an apex predator, but he's still a dude, and really just a jerk. So in the end, it's, hey, you're either going to get shot in the face by this immortal cowboy knight, or you're going to have your tongue eaten by
I
a
was.
god awful spider.
I think Stephen King summed that up when he kind of like eulogized his passing
Uh-huh.
in a phrase about just some mixed up kid that um, was an asshole that got raped in the ass and
Yeah.
was kind of just a nothing that got away with it for that long.
Yeah.
Kind of just dismisses him as a person because he is a piece of garbage. He's a very important piece of garbage.
Well, and he's a clever one, and
Yeah.
he is a powerful one. But if, like, and I mix in a lot of the Gunslinger Born and Marvel Comics stuff because it is, sanctioned. Um, that he has a very human origin, and he is more the flip side of the coin from Roland than the Crimson King or Mordred.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, that makes sense.
you know, Roland was raised by people who actually cared about him and loved him, and was treated as somebody with a future, whereas uh, Flag was trash to everybody around him.
He's like the Joker, kind of kicked around by society and kicked around by. I don't. That'd be interesting to see where his evil started.
But then he is such a rat bastard in he's worse, I swear, in Eyes of the Dragon than he is in The Stand. And it's like, after reading Eyes of the Dragon, it's like, good. I'm glad. I hope it hurt when he dies.
So
Just such a jerk.
we call that the Mrs. Carmody or Miss Carmody
Yeah,
realm.
that
Peter's favorite character there.
I hate that woman so much.
Oh god.
that kid. I get that. Oh, it's always what happens too. You'll have that whenever the apocalypse comes. You'll have that one person that decides that they know everything, and the sheep will follow.
And they're gonna be terrible about it.
Those of us with reason and common sense and going, hey, no,
Don't stab that poor kid.
let's not sacrifice anybody for no reason because you're idiots.
Poor Sam Witwer.
That
Yeah.
the origin
Yeah,
story
the
of
yeah.
excuse me, of Flag in that little eulogy kind of thing when he's already passed makes me think of when Roland brain when he I almost said mind meld because I'm a Star Trek fan too. When he hypnotizes Stephen King and Stephen King starts talking about the wood that his brother and he had to chop and the spiders and it almost gets creepy on another level that's so deep down into King personally that it's bizarre to me. But it makes perfect sense within the context of the story and that one little thought that hung up in his head when that fear kicked in the first time. You know what I mean? Like it's
Well, but that's what the Crimson King is. The Crimson King is my fear of spider.
exactly
Your fear of
the
whatever.
root.
So and so's fear
It's
of
lending
heights.
to a metaphor for the root of that.
You know,
Why that danger.
Ralph's fear of that giant fish. You know, that's why the Crimson King is this lame old man. You know, shaking his fists cartoonishly at the towers because when you pull back the veil on your own fears and phobias,
Yeah.
it's literally a huckster behind a curtain. Like in the end, the Crimson King really is the Wizard of Oz. He is the fake.
Yeah.
He's got all this power and all this whatever, but he's incompetent. And because of that, he gets, erased down to eyeballs. Whereas, poor Randall Flagg has managed to annihilate dozens of worlds on his own.
Yeah.
So Katie said in the chat, she said that they also had an in-person meeting for the Tet of Discord. They did. They all met at the East Coast and all got to actually have like a bonfire and a barbecue and all that. And she said that Dandelo is like a minor vampire, not full of powers, but can still hurt people.
And the other
And
thing, the other thing I wonder is like with Dandelo, is he just like, if it is the same creature as Pennywise, is it just the fact of like almost malnutrition? Like there's inherently going to be less people to consume out there right near the edge of the tower versus Derry, a town that has a century or however long of people, even back to like potentially native. Like that's why I want to see like a Pennywise prequel, because it's like, dude, you can go back to the realm where it's like the first tribe that tries to like settle that land and fucking flees after shit goes down, and like I don't know.
That was the best part of the new movie. Like not the best part, but like
the lore,
the little bit of lore exploration that they did.
Yeah.
Going back there that I don't really remember from anywhere else, but
they left it wide open on the evil.
Yeah, I really, really appreciated that they nodded towards that bit of lore, and I'm sad that they didn't do the ritual of Jude, but because I'm really into wacky stuff like that. Like I got my nose in D&D books, so I love that kind of thing. But I just love how they talked about that and really just briefly elevated that story and conflict above what's going on here for these people in this town.
Yeah, moved outside of the localized and became like more of a, I don't know, potential global or universal
Yeah.
conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of my favorite things about the Dark Tower too, is like that closing, the giving Roland perspective, scale at the end of the Gunslinger, and then the brief glimpses that we get of what the Tower and the Rose really are. I actually have a tattoo of the Tower and the Rose on my arm, and like that's my favorite aspect of that whole thing. Is like, the idea of you don't really know what's out there, but there's always, always a reason to do good things is something I take away from the Dark Tower.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's I mean, I don't know. This again, that's why I love the podcast, because these are the kind of conversations that I enjoy. That, like I said, like I almost feel bad for people that don't have this. So I'm glad we can fill this for people, because like this is as much fun for me as reading the books, as talking about this stuff. And
Well, it's like we were talking about earlier. Sharing the experience with someone is always so much more fun, especially when you enjoy it so much. And that's why we started this show, is because we would always come back. There's like the five center topics for Tad and I, and it always somehow seemed to find its way back to the tower, just like Roland. So it's like, okay, like yeah, this definitely needs to be something that we should talk about more. And then Tad brought the idea of the podcast to me, and that's where it took off. It's just like, yeah, absolutely, let's do it. Let's talk about the Dark Tower on a show for as long as we can. And here we are, going on our sixth year.
yeah. You know, it'd almost be worse though, is you turn someone onto the tower and they're just not the kind of person that gets like super nerdy, and they just like read it, and then it's like because like think about some of the
okay.
think about some of the shit we've talked about just in this episode. Like we get in the weeds and we get very granular and very and to me, like, I love that. I know that's not everyone's style, but it's like, man, can you imagine like having one Dark Tower friend, you turn to the Dark Tower, but they end up being just like breeze through it once, and it's just like a casual, like, oh yeah, that was fun, and just maybe discuss a couple plot points at like surface level. Like, that'd be a bummer,
Right.
for me, for this type of nerd I am.
And that was my worry introducing this guy to the Dark Tower, because I think it was actually after I got my tattoo that he finally added up. Because it's like I have other tattoos. I had already had a couple of tattoos, and I can imagine being like, really, you're gonna get something from a book carved in your arm forever? Like,
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
You got it, because I knew you talked about it.
Yeah.
And I wasn't. This is me being completely oblivious and not having any idea of the greatness that lay before me. And so I'm sitting there like, what? Like, it's just something that you couldn't imagine without knowing. It's just, that's another thing. Like Peter or Tad, I think Tad was saying, is you get the person that just doesn't see it the same way, or they don't understand it, and that's kind of happened with any art form.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think the quality is revealed with these characters, particularly to the Dark Tower, with the struggle. It's like you see those outstanding moments that are when people rank the books, or they rank the characters, or they rank, when you get these topics that you choose to triage, so to say, down by their relevance or whatever their pertinence is. The fact that you can go down a giant rabbit hole of like, what's the best villain ever. I think you guys have done that, talking about the all time. I think it came down to, what was it? It was
We did most hated.
Mm-hmm.
Susan's mom, right?
Yeah, like the most hated. It ended up
Ant.
coming down to Cordelia, Rhea.
Yeah.
Trying to remember who was else in the final four. So,
Mhm.
who ended up winning it? Was it Rhea?
It was Rhea.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think
My arguably most hated.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah,
Just finding those reasons why those characters mean so much and analyzing them in some fashion, just through the series, not alone the whole universe, so to say, warrants merits on good characters that we see endearing, amazing human qualities that come through these characters that you feel compelled to share with another person. And I think it's amazing that people can connect on this, because it is good, like knowing what Jake went through and the sacrifice, and him knowing from book one that he was a poker chip, like he says, like, and
Yeah.
I don't think Jake ever doubts that, even though through the love and that they share with Roland, and he says, "You'll never drop me," and they always leave it wide open, and that's one thing that pisses me off. Mueller does it really well. I'm on George Goodall, team George Goodall. Call me crazy. I also play inverted on Xbox, so I'm crazy that way too. Uh, but the way in the audiobook, Frank Mueller, the way he'll string those question marks or those little jabs that King likes to leave in the open. It's a human quality to have that's terrible, terrible, condition, and seeing how they actually deal with these circumstances. That's what bothers me the most about people not finding those moments that, like, Wolves of the Kala, hands down. Holy shit! Epic, epic, epic battles, epic build up, fantastic description of the. I want to see a series on the Lady Oriza mythos
Oh yeah.
and just see that whole world bloom into something. Just it's amazing that
We didn't get
this
to read the D&D
folklore,
books yet.
right? The folklore that they have that's just strewn throughout the Kala and every mannerism in their culture. You can buy it from the moment that I'm gonna try and butcher names. Wayne Overhoser starts talking, and he's the big guy, and they eventually say things, but his whole mannerism and their whole conviction through that entire struggle, and it just moves with the Tet, and we go with the Tet, and that's an adventure that I think that a lot of people miss out on. You get one character, you'll get one character in an arc, and then a villain, but getting multiple characters being layered in such a way through this series and getting
Oh,
so deep in what would be considered supporting characters for any shorter story is incredible. So yeah, I hear your pain there, man. Like, if somebody reads this series and they're like, "Well, that's cool," I'm like, you're not a human being. Pot person, get away from my kid. Get away from my children.
Yeah.
That's where Tad just goes unfriended.
Yeah.
I can't blame everybody that doesn't get it, but you know what I mean. Like, if they don't at least acknowledge the breadth and the size of this series, and that, yeah, that was a big fucking book. Like, I don't read The Stand on purpose. I know it's amazing. I have a problem, so I'm a giant hypocrite there. But I'd rather tear right through Dark Tower, a couple books, books 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, or whatever, whichever combo I'm on that month, because I like the story, I like the struggle, I like
Yeah.
Well, it's also the pacing.
it reads so much better than The Stand, personally. But you guys understand what I'm saying? Tangents.
Yeah, I think it's a taste thing too, right? Like they're like, I don't know, like, I honestly, there's like a lot of like quote unquote high fantasy that people try to like sell me on. I just don't know if it's really my thing. Like, I love Dark Tower and I whatever, but it's like, it doesn't necessarily mean that like I'm gonna love like all these other series necessarily. And I think it's just, it comes down to being a taste thing.
Well, and I'm a, like I said before, I'm a just an ultra turbo nerd in general, and I've learned to live with it. But I love my Dungeons and Dragons, the actual game, and all of the lore, and I watch YouTube videos about the monsters and all that kind of thing. I cannot sit down and read an actual fantasy novel. I don't know why, but it just bounces right off my head. Like, you can actually hear the tin can of, of a Wheel of Time book bouncing off of my brain. I just,
Which
I can't get into it. I can read sci-fi, but then you give me the Dark Tower, and that's like that's my jam for fantasy novels.
100 years. That's my jam.
and I think that's maybe speaks to just King and his talents, like that
Yes.
he can approach basically doing Dark Tower that is kind of like in that same vein as high fantasy, and do it in a way that like maybe some of us that wouldn't necessarily be into that genre as much, and we could take the Dark Tower and go full bore with it.
Yeah. Well, and I did read The Lord of the Rings before that. I even read the Silmarillion. I stand by the Silmarillion, and that's it. Like, that's all fantasy nerds get. Like,
Yeah.
that yes, I'll take your Hobbit and I'll take your Return of the King and all that good stuff. Get away from me with everything else. And it's not even a like a, oh, these are bad kind of
Have you
thing.
read Have you
No.
read the Cimarron? I'm not religious. No.
um, you know, there's that. But I mean, I don't think there's a sum of money you could pay me to read Game of Thrones, and that's not a quality thing. Like, it's just not my jam. It's really about King's work. He's
Yeah.
really humanizing these characters. Plus, it's just weird as shit, and I like reading the. I just like
It's-
looking at the weird car wreck of genre conventions slamming together at high speed
Yeah.
across every page.
I think that's where I got sold in book 2 when it comes to like just look when he looks through the door and sees an airplane. Like to me, like that was just so batshit that I'm like, okay, I'm into this. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
the,
Yep.
the,
That was
So
for me.
the first book I struggled with a bit, but that second one, once I saw that moment, I was just like, yep, I am here.
I have my things that I like just myself. There's series from my childhood and stuff like that, books that I've read that I'm not like I have to share this with someone. I can enjoy it on myself and everything like that. But on the large whole, the things that I generally love the most are the ones that I share with someone.
Right.
Whether it's my wife, my best friend Tad, or my other group of friends that I have, my other best friends that I have as well. If I share it with someone, it always seems to make it better to
Yeah.
have bread and break it with someone, and that's why for me when Tad introduced me to Stephen King through Salem's Lot, which was
That's a good one.
a choice. I mean, that was definitely a choice. He definitely could have chose any
Yeah,
number of ways to introduce me. But with finding out, later on, years later, that his end game was to get me into the Dark Tower, I understand it. I absolutely do. This is not a series that I can understand keeping to myself. I've even tried to get my wife into it because sometimes that's not enough. I want another perspective. And that was before the podcast. I tried to get my wife into it before the podcast and everything, and then we started the podcast, and I'm like, I remember her telling me because she struggled with book 1. That's where the problem lies. Is she struggled with Gunslinger, and I remember after a couple years of the podcast, I came home one time and I'm like, by the way, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but you never have to read Dark Tower. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah, because I got my contact, I got my group that I can talk to about it anytime I want, and she's like, okay, good. You have fun with that. I even remember her patting me on the shoulder. You have fun with that. And I'm like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But there are some things that I enjoyed to myself. I don't care what anyone says. The Batman Arkham games are one of the greatest trilogies of video games in the history of gaming. And I keep that to
Hard to agree.
myself. That's not something that I like go out and I don't search for groups to be a part of or anything like that. But this series is so what's the right word? Social for me, where it's so much better when you get other people's perspectives and other people's me. I don't give a rat's ass about Dandelo. I don't find him fascinating at all, but I loved sitting here listening to people who do,
Yeah.
because I still care about the universe and everything like that. It's the same thing with other characters in here. That other people, I love listening to emails. That's why I love when we read emails, where people are like, "Oh, my favorite character is this one," and I'm like, "Oh, I don't really give a crap about that character. I mean, he's there, he's funny, or he's good, or he's bad, or whatever." But for me, it's like it's still fascinating to see why they like him and why it's so interesting to them.
Yeah.
So that's what I love about Dark Tower, because there's so many different ways to come to the tower. There's so many different things to take away from the tower that it seems like there's something for everyone. And I love hearing about it from everyone.
Awesome.
They say this about Star Wars. Every Star Wars movie is somebody's favorite Star Wars movie. And every Dark Tower book is some Dark Tower fan's favorite Dark Tower book.
Yeah.
And every character is somebody's favorite character.
Yeah.
Except for Rhea.
No one likes Rhea.
You mentioned Rhea 10 minutes ago, and I've been hating actively since. Rhea, yeah, that's one of the reasons I can't read Wizard and Glass, like, because I hate so hard. And,
I need something to punch when I'm reading
and
her parts.
Then Cordelia is not much better. So you got like two reprehensible characters in one book. It's
the argument that someone made when we were having the most hated, maybe it wasn't in this realm that I heard it. Is it worse to have the stranger be rude and do those horrible things, or is it worse to have the family member?
Yeah, because
that's the thing with Cordelia. That's her aunt.
Yeah,
that's her flesh and blood, basically. Doing those things to her.
Yeah. It ended up being Rhea versus Cordelia, and the final four to round that out was Gasher and Mordred. That was our final four for the most hated back in 2019.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit hearing those names.
Doesn't Gasher gets wrecked like full on henchman style, I think, and I love it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets knocked
he just
swept off the table, so to say.
and I mean, King doesn't go super into detail, but yeah, Gasher gets a full on D&D critical hit death, and I love it. Uh, Rhea, it's like it's the frustration
There's no
too.
closure.
No,
Well, and
you
it's
want
like
to see her fry so bad.
No,
and it's,
the
it's like everybody knows she's there, and everybody knows she's wretched. So like, there's no indication that Homegirl can like fly or shoot laser beams from her eyes. So why hasn't some random, I don't know, basically me, had a couple drinks down at that bar one night, heard about this awful old lady, and then just gone and set a house fire. Like, so it's like
Yeah.
everybody in this town is a jackwagon for not having, extra out by this point.
Yeah.
And then like Roland's too busy, getting his cuddles to just run up to this cottage and start blowing holes and shit. Dude,
Yeah,
do
that
your job.
mechanism serves the plot of the story. He can't have that much control because he's learning and he's young,
you know
and it's about his tattoo going through their shit. But I mean, it's really about him banging the shit out of his lady. So
Yeah, but I mean, it's I'm not gonna fault a 16-year-old kid for some love by the dash
like
of
the
light,
balls that
but
they had against the guys in the final battle when they take him down to the finny in the canyon,
yeah,
the box canyon, like that was like that's Roland, yeah. And then most of the time it's like you're friends with a girlfriend when she gets a new girlfriend. That's trope, like, oh, so and so's coming along and is bringing his girlfriend, and then they could obviously change the person so much. I mean, that's definitely in here
yeah.
with Roland and God, Susan. Losing my mind.
No, but I
Um,
mean, it's written solidly to the point where there's none of the dumb sitcom or well Supernatural if you watched it. Like if these two people would just have a conversation,
God, I
you
hate
know,
that. I hate
yeah.
that so much about those shows. If they would just sit down and freaking talk for 10 minutes, there would be
yeah.
no big bad. The problem would be solved.
The issue here is that Roland knows about this horrible witch because it just comes up in conversation,
Right.
and it's like that's his job. He's an exterminator.
There's some freaky over here. We got to go ghost
He
busting.
murders witches.
The
Like that's
worst
being a
the,
gunslinger.
the absolute worst part about Rhea is I always forget about the last jab. It's not Charyu Tree where it ends with Rhea.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
That's the part that gets me with book 4 every single time I read it.
Gabrielle.
It's Gabrielle that gets me. It's I always know Charyu Tree's coming. Tad mocks me. Tad pokes the bear with it, and he'll just he's randomly text me Charyu Tree just out of the freaking blue.
I mean, who wouldn't?
And it's just to torture me because it got to me. It got to me bad when I first read it, but every single time I reread Wizard and Glass, every single time I always forget about the belt. I always forget about the snake. I always forget about her laughing at Roland after he's spun and shot. Every single time. That's the thing with Rhea that puts her a level above everyone else.
Yeah.
and the fact that like she has no skin in any of this game.
Mm-hmm.
She really doesn't.
Yeah,
No,
she's
she-
completely neutral.
Yep. Just selfish and wants the ball.
Yeah,
Yep.
and she's just a shit. Like she is just a horrible, jealous. She
She's
has
a witch.
she
What
has-
else do you
yeah,
burn
oh, I
her?
mean, she is the archetypal hag, but it's such a weird.
It's a good word.
Yeah.
It's a weird. Well, I mean, like
You used one of the D&D campaigns. She's terrible.
Mike did, yeah,
Mike
yeah.
did. Yeah, it's terrible.
yeah, she's just the worst, and it's like that's the difference between her and Cordelia's. But that's still familial, like unhealthy, toxic family shit going on there. Like that doesn't come out of left field. Rhea comes entirely out of left field. She's just this awful person. Not even Flag respects her. Like he's not even down with how disgusting she is.
Yeah, even
Like
the king puts her into that box too.
Yeah.
So on a level that you obviously know she's physically disgusting. You obviously know she's completely conceited and wants to have the grapefruit for herself, and she knows she's dabbling in some sort of hex witchcraftery at some level. But it's in which she interacts with Susan in that inspection where she's being checked to make sure she's a virgin. Like, what the hell is that?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's so fisted, and she's so vicious to individuals who don't deserve it because she's just straight up evil.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And there's almost nobody like that in the whole story besides the Crimson King.
Flag.
Well, but Flag even has his, logic to a certain degree.
He's working for himself and he knows he's on dangerous ice. Rhea doesn't give a shit. She's
Yeah.
just whatever.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
like, oh, no, you're not.
Gonna mess with you until forever.
Yeah, and, like,
Swallow your soul.
she's worse than Wicked Witch of the East, she's or West.
Hey, Wicked Witch of the West was just trying to reclaim her rightful property as the bereaved of her sister who was murdered outright. All right. So no, there was this Reddit post that said if you were going to try to defend a villain in court, who would be the easiest case? And one of the ones that someone wrote up was Wicked Witch of the West. It's like her sister was killed and she tried to get her sister's property, and they gave him to some random ass girl who accidentally killed her. Like, what the hell is this? From then on, it's her trying to reclaim her property and defend her home. Like, and I'm like, holy shit.
But
Dorothy was a bitch.
But the one thing you can't excuse though is flying monkeys.
You can always excuse flying monkeys.
Dude, flying monkeys are the Swiss Army knife of animals.
Yeah.
Like,
they're not the undead.
They
You
can
have
do
no
everything.
time.
I'm surprised
Yeah,
those aren't. I'm surprised those aren't beastie enough to.
They're not scary.
There's
the
a-
flying monkeys have never been scary. I saw Wizard of Oz when I was like 3. Flying monkeys didn't scare me.
There's a lot of people that disagree with you.
I know, but they're not. I'm gonna eat you scary. I'm gonna take you to the witch scary. That's
okay.
What,
Face of it,
Which is scary.
On the face of it.
By extension, they're scary.
a man-sized monkey is actually a nightmare proposition. Flying chimps is like apocalyptic.
that's where it would have been terrifying is if we had baboons flying, because we all know that what apes do to people's faces.
Yeah.
We've seen this.
And yeah, but like the flying monkeys were testing.
They're
Speaking of
just silly.
horror fantasy, Return to Oz, like right there. That's nightmare fuel. But
In its literal sense, not in its made for TV sense.
yeah,
Yes.
no, it was absolutely the worst. But so like yeah, Return to Oz flying monkeys would be the death of me. But yeah, Judy Garland flying monkeys, it's just little guys in weird suits.
Yeah, I don't know. I was never really scared by them that much, but I do know there's a lot of people like I think next to like Tim Curry's Pennywise, like there's a lot of freaking people that are terrified by those damn monkeys.
Yeah, it is a thing, and I understand it, and I'm not mocking it in any way. I'm just saying, didn't do it for me. That's not where my fear of beasts came from.
Yeah.
The trees, the angry trees.
The trees, yeah.
Oh no, not a fan.
Back.
That's a myth.
Is it a myth?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay.
There was no hanging.
Okay. Jesus, we're in like a triple tangent right now.
Yeah.
Inception.
My number one villain in the whole thing, except for the fact that I don't want to think about her. So,
Yeah.
like, I haven't thought about Rhea of the Coos until 10 minutes ago.
Till she was mentioned here.
of that potent poison.
Yeah.
That was one of the things in the TED of Discord on our ARG was one of the websites the guy had put up was just one big banner picture of a tree on fire, and it said "Char you tree" and played this loud music, and we're like, oh, just immediately gutted you, like, ugh.
Just a dagger to the heart.
Finding the puzzle piece or whatever, it was like music was playing, and every once in a while there'd be a clip that either had like a little number or beeping sequence, and like they put things into Morse code. There was QRC codes. There was all kinds of crazy stuff. It was great. I still remember that Charyu tree picture to this day because it was so effective against that whole makes Rhea that much grosser.
And it really impacts you to where like in book 3, isn't it, when with Charlie the Choo Choo, where Roland talks about char and its meaning. Like when you're a second time reader or beyond and you understand Charyu tree, like you feel as Roland does when it's like char is a word in the high speech, and then you're like, oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I
like Callahan and Kala.
that whole Callahan's one of my favorite characters, but that whole thing with Blaine and Ludd in general, the little bit of lore that we get there, that's the kind of stuff my mouth waters for. Like that's where my my nerd button switches on.
That's why I made that So Fell Lord Perth track.
Yeah.
It was because of the lore of Lord Perth around Nasher and that whole ridiculous. It was like it was so effectively random, but it was perfect for
Yeah.
that relationship with Jake and his power through his knowledge of seeing Quick in the plane.
Yeah.
His big lumpy dead ass. It's still in this,
Yeah.
German plane.
It
was like-
it wasn't a zero. That was Japanese.
No, it
But
was
there's that. But it's the
Stuka.
it's the mythology of Blaine and his wife, or the lady train.
Yeah.
What the hell was the
Patricia.
Patricia. It's really about the, like, I want to read about Lud. I want to read about the war. I want to read about the old ones. Like,
Or the people at River Crossing, and
Yeah.
and their whole. That's another thing where they kind of. This is pre-Kala, so it was like they didn't have time. It was obviously a thoroughfare, but the exchanges where you learned the manners, so to speak, where he's explaining graph. I've seen some awesome Dark Tower fan made the best Roland Deschaines apple beer graph logo. It looks like Jack Daniels, but it was brilliant. And then there's another one that's for Lady Riza and the Come Kamala, and it was so. I love that people can do that from these little moments.
Yeah.
The mannerism of how to behave at the table with Roland in the current culture, and they obviously had a is it cordialness? Am I losing my mind?
cordiality.
Cordiality. God. Anyway, that reciprocated Roland's status and his current awares of what was a kosher to talk about. Like when Eddie explains to Jake in that scene when he's saying, next they want us to fix this, and they want us to stick around and do that because they're so old and so screwed. They have to move on because if they don't, they'll be stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that moment of saying, we know you're not in this universe. For those of us that just, that are reading along, obviously, are with Jake and Eddie and Susanna, and it's just it was done so eloquently. Anyway, random. I love that. I would love to see a series or something that went into Lud. Not so much the grays and pubes, even though that was kind of funny and obviously inevitable. Feels like Road Warrior to me, a little bit goofy. What the Spankers guy? Who was Spankers? Who drew the name? The guy that blows up, the little midget dude.
Yeah.
It was like, or excuse me, little person. And that whole sequence was so random, and it was like. And Eddie the whole time is trying to what the fuck is that drum? Those ZZ Top drums. Like the way he's throws these lines out to where the fruition or the real picture comes into full view by the time someone's about to die. Always Jake getting screwed again. Yeah. Oh, Katie says in the chat, she says she wants to see stories about the bins of the rainbows. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that makes perfect sense as well.
Yeah, I honestly just wish that King was maybe less than half the age he is, because then we could potentially have decades of potential Dark Tower expansion.
Right.
But I think we're probably gonna get one more, if that, from King at this point, and unless one of his kids picks up and takes it on, which I know has been done in certain fantasy franchises.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I one more maybe, but I'm only half holding my breath on that one because I don't know. I don't know what his I don't know if he's drawn back to it or not.
Yeah.
Well, the cute thing that I've noticed is, and I haven't gotten to read Elevation, the Outsider. I started with Mr. Mercedes, but I haven't gotten through it.
Yeah.
But it seems like a ton of the stuff that King has released in the last 5 to 10 years has had overt Dark Tower
Books or adaptations?
the books.
Okay.
Books and short stories. Overt Dark Tower elements.
Yeah,
And so
definitely.
I don't think we're gonna ever run out of Dark Tower material until the very last thing. But
It exudes in everything. It's definitely there.
well, and then
Definitely.
But
somebody said that a couple specific stories out now really connect to the tower a lot, and they're newer stories, and I'm like, what, he's still doing this? Which I'm about. I'm about it. Like I was so stoked when Wind Through the Keyhole came out. Like if a new something like that happened tomorrow, I'd be happier than the puppy with two Peters. But
And
I,
a tad.
I think Joe Hill has even mentioned referenced Dark Tower and Nosferatu. I know it's the only book of his I've read, but I remember a few times like just kind of forgetting that I wasn't reading King. I was reading someone else, and when he had Dark Tower references, I'm like, wait, what?
Well, you were reading King.
No,
Technically.
I was reading Hill.
Yeah. King.
That's that by extension, Gans Naval would shift down to Joe. I'm pretty sure.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if Joe Hill wants to like spend a couple decades writing Dark Tower novels, like after King has hung up his pen or typewriter, like fucking A, like I will take it. He's so far what I've read of his has been good, so I'm not doubtful that he could hold up the quality of Dark Tower. I think it would have a different flavor maybe than full on Stephen King, but I think it would be maybe a worthy addition.
I think it would be a lot more directly meaty as far as the lore goes. King, it's not that he skirts it. It just seems that he doesn't. He rarely goes off into the weeds with the lore and the nuts and bolts
Yeah.
of the weirdness.
Like
of
the Child of Roderick experience and that
Yeah.
whole like him executing that guy and Roland's like we were laughing about this the other day. I was just standing there we were working on something and I was like, hand me my Widowmaker. And I was like, what kind of an asshole says that to his friend? Well, his gun's never been anywhere besides on his hip or in his confidant, his care. But for whatever reason, they put the bastard in the trunk, and he just pulls over and get me my Widowmaker. I think he just really wanted to write that scene, but he goes out there and waxes that dude out of mercy to end his suffering. It's just like, what the fuck was that about? Like, that was amazing.
And that kicks back from, I think the Sons of Roderick are briefly mentioned in Gunslinger when he's talking about the slow music.
Yes.
And then it loops all the way back around.
But then they have that with the who's that guy that's the champion of all badass the best secondary character in the entire series. Cullum, yeah, Tom.
No, Paracullum.
No, not Callahan.
Cullum. I can't remember his first name.
John Cullum.
Is it John?
John Cullum. When they meet the storm and they're going in and they see the walk-ins trying to leave, that whole thing took me right back to Tolkien and the elves leaving. That whole like they're going on their walkabout or their
west,
their
for the Grey Havens
pilgrimage to the Grey Havens kind of a thing. Like
yeah.
that whole there's so much there that just begs to be expanded on.
Yeah, I think, and that's what I think Hill would do. I think because Lock and Key is weird as balls.
Yeah,
and
has the same kid from
but I'm talking about the comics. Like I only got so many issues in, and I was just like, oh, this is ultra weird. That makes all the sense in the world. I think he would definitely dig further into the weird corners of the Dark Tower universe if he were to ever touch that.
I think because he's a little bit more sci-fi. Not necessarily that's his style or his brand, but like I feel like he's into that more because like he's the one that helped King with the 11/22/63's ending with the time travel stuff. So it's like I feel like with that, it kind of makes me think that like kind of since he's at least has a mind for that a little bit more than King. Yeah, we might see a little bit, and I'm down for that. Like I love all the I don't know. I don't want to call it tangents because it is part of the book, but like I love like the world building stuff. It's my favorite.
Yeah. Deep lore.
That's where those are the flavors I savor. Like just those little. You don't really get a why. You just get that's the way it is, and that impacts them in some fashion to where they show respect or regard, if it's a threat or if it's a happenstance.
Yeah.
The idea of Ludd and the idea of Blaine and the idea of confronting Blaine and going through that just screams Master Blaster to me. It's so ridiculously
but I love that shit.
So it's great. And the whole idea of the lottery that they've got going on based on these drums that I'm assuming that was never confirmed that they were or were not ZZ Top, but Eddie believed they were, so it seemed as though that's what it was.
It was confirmed.
Yeah,
It was confirmed in a not by a character, but by a narration
Okay.
part of it by King.
Yeah.
Little Velcro fly.
Velcro Fly, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Which is a song I can no longer listen to without just thinking about Lud.
yeah.
That song no longer exists for any other reason than to make me think of the Dark Tower.
Right, but that all that weird Mad Max stuff. Like,
And you look at things
I
about
love
that
that.
nowadays, like what would survive the apocalypse and the anon, so to say. The idea of coils, like we have from the idea of Gilead being born from our post-apocalyptic,
it
obviously, nuclear war or something.
it reminds me. I'm playing through the Fallout games for the first time ever, and I'm playing Fallout New Vegas, and I got to the part where obviously Vegas centered around a certain superstar, the King. There's a group that finds a building to impersonating the King. They don't even know his real name. They just
Yep.
they talk like the King and they do the impressions. They dress like him from the posters that they find, but they don't even know his real name. And I'm like, fuck, it's Elvis Presley. How the fuck do you not know this? Like, it's got to be in some book somewhere, but it's after a nuclear war and everything. And the guy literally calls himself the King, is the leader of this group. But they have no idea who he is or what it was for. They're like, yeah, people came to learn to be like him because he was the coolest. And I'm like,
Yeah.
my God, this is actually really cool to see that, and that's exactly what you're talking about. It's like that's an example of what one creator did with, a post-apocalyptic world, what survived our time.
Yeah. Comedy effect, I guess, maybe. Not necessarily your influence over people immediately, but definitely
that.
Well, it
that-
was like a whole gang was based around this. Like he was the gang leader, like basically like a mafia family. Like he had politics involved and everything like that. But he talked like fucking Elvis Presley and dressed like him, and called himself the King. Like,
Yeah.
like that was something that was like really striking to me. That's what survived, and they took that and went with it. It came up on a podcast I was listening to the other day. It's like they're talking about this manuscript that they don't know what language it is, and it's like, think about it. If this world went into like a full-on like nuclear holocaust, like everyone launches bombs, everything's decimated, the whole world goes to shit, and then humans arise from the ashes 200 years later, what the hell are they going to make of our podcast if they stumble across it? They're not going to
Yeah.
know what the fuck the Dark Tower is.
Yeah.
Is it
You know?
some sort of religion? Is there gonna
Yeah,
be some
it's a
sort
cult.
Yeah. That's what reminds me of the scene in the Dark Tower when they're in the Dixie Pig. And Jokabeam, the dishwasher kid, is there, and he's got these like Tahim like cat people that are running the kitchen or whatever. If Jake tries to lure him, he's like, "Come on, Jokabeam," and he just doesn't know any better because that's the culture, so to say, on his
Mhm.
his status as that person within that. You really get a little like, wow, he's completely screwed and doesn't even know it. Like those elements of the world they live in that we would get like a fish out of water for Roland and ours, we get from
Oh,
being
yeah.
in his.
Well, so one of my favorite like mythological carryover elements there is the line of Eld, Arthur Eld,
Yeah,
and that the guns are made from Excalibur, and that Arthur Eld carried Excalibur, but Excalibur existed before Arthur Eld. And the whole question, there's still always, for me, as the terrible nerd that I am, like, is Roland's world our future?
Yeah.
Because it's all but said that Roland's world really is our future, kind of, after this catastrophic like nuclear / mystical war. But like there's no actual King Arthur in our world. So was there an actual King Arthur in whatever world that is now all world or mid world?
That's how that religion becomes from the mythos.
Yeah.
And then the myth and that legend becomes religion.
Yeah, or is it that, some member of that society at some point got their hands on a single copy of a book about King Arthur and went L. Ron Hubbard on it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
I still don't have like because that was always been one of my earliest questions from the book is like, is it our world or not? And like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it probably isn't, but that it's a very like close, like it's a twinner world kind of, right? Like, but it's a different. I don't know because I feel like
It's like the DC universe. It's Earth 2 kind of
yeah,
thing.
because I feel like even like the constellations, like old Star and Old Mother, like I don't think those fit in with what we have for Star. So I feel like there's some stuff, and obviously the movie went on full bore to show us like was it different moons, like to completely show that it's different. And I just feel like the more I think about it, the more I think that like it isn't Earth. But it's very related to Earth because obviously there's a lot. There's the Beatles, there's Sitgo, there's all kinds of things crossovers. But and yeah, I think that adds to it is the fact that Arthur Eld is real in that world, whereas here he's just a myth.
but then it's just, and some of these questions are because of the comics, and that's my fault for reading those. They're good, but apparently I can't handle separating them. But uh, the robots were there when there were dragons, and
Well, notional quote unquote dragons.
no, but there definitely were dragons
Okay.
because they're in Eyes of the Dragon.
Oh, that's right. I hadn't
Yeah.
read that one.
So there were dragons, no joke.
That could
small gas dragons.
see. This is where I love this because this is this is the crazy questions that we get down to the bottom of. That could have been relevant from another dimension through another thinny.
Yeah.
I mean, there's thinnies. The fact that thinnies exist leave it wide open for every iteration.
And the doors and all that kind of stuff too. Yeah.
I honestly
Yeah.
think that the world that this happens in is the same world as the Captain Trips universe. To say that that is the beginning and that would have come out, of the Stand's total keep going on, that would have become Roland's world. But I don't know because it's just similar enough, but obviously that hasn't happened.
Well, it's an iteration, but they visit a version of the Stand world and then
In Topeka.
in Topeka.
Yeah.
But they also
But they have Takura spirits and Nazala Cola,
yeah.
which
Well,
yeah.
hold on. This is where we brought this up before. Where do we get the proof that there are no Takuro spirits and stuff like that in the sand?
we don't.
Exactly. So it very well could be the exact same world.
He didn't have Robin Firth there to say, "Hey, dummy, don't forget this."
Yeah.
But
Your liege. I'm sorry, your liege.
The only thing the Takuro spirit proves is that it's not Eddie, Jake's, and Susanna's world.
Yeah,
fair.
yeah, fair enough. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing though is the end of the Stand kind of indicates that humanity will be will be
God damn, that TV series was so bad.
better.
The old one, the first one. Excuse me.
That humanity will have been in some way healed by the events of the end of the Stand. And you would think that this better humanity wouldn't turn around and get into a weird, Jedi war, basically.
But
And
isn't that kind of the not maybe it's not King's full on message, but I definitely feel Glenn Bateman in the back of my head telling me that there is no difference. Like the word, they're not going to learn from this. Like
No.
in 100 years, there's going to be nukes again. There's going to be standing armies. There's going to be wars. Like I guess it's a glass half empty or full type thing. But I am in the Glenn Bateman side. I don't think that the Stand world is going to be inherently better for the experience of Captain Trips. I think it's going to end up the same damn place because maybe because I'm a cynical bastard, but
The
That's
link
true.
that we haven't discussed yet that links those two together is Insomnia. Because you have Patrick Danville, and then you've got the Crimson King freaking that dude out in the airplane. Holy shit, that scene was one of the craziest scenes. He sees his own mother in a rocking chair, and it's really the Crimson King being Flag, really, about it. And that whole world of the doctors and having to go up a level in the tower notionally to, oh yeah, you're humans and you're down here.
Yeah.
We have to come up here. And what? And that whole elevation in dimension, so to say,
Yeah.
blows it wide open. I think I think everything's possible, which is kind of a cop out as a writer, but
Well,
There's definitely multiple. There's definitely at least 10 universes, at least.
well, I mean, it's carte blanche too, and because it's it's the man's own work, and dude's been writing for 50 years plus. So
Not,
so
yeah.
he's not he's not Marvel Comics. He's not in the business of keeping Spider-Man and the X-Men in the same New York.
And he's also not,
It's
Ozzy
not his job.
Osbourne, where he's literally completely lost his mind.
Yeah, no.
So we can only hope and pray, I guess.
But it's also
God bless.
I think it's more of a thing. The connection is kind of creating a home row for him, writing within his wheelhouse, and for fun for him.
Yeah,
to a large degree.
I think it's a brilliant choice. I think it's wonderful that each can tie in many different ways. But
Yeah, I think that it makes it richer for us to discuss as well, right? Because I don't know if it was more cut and dry, a lot of these conversations couldn't really exist. But King left it open enough that there is some debate and ambiguity, and like me, I've changed my opinion. I don't know how many times on the ending, and even in the time we've been doing the podcast, let alone before the podcast, like it just because the story is rich enough to allow that.
Mm-hmm.
and did it bother you that the tower? Now, this is a big plot point that I don't think gets discussed. Yes, the tower is relevant to comparison of the dimensions or the levels, quote unquote, of the tower, which I think is synonymous with different universes. As the tower as an object in this world, but when Roland gets to it, it's highly personalized to his memories and his dimension, so to say, and his essence. So let's say that when you guys just happen to, for whatever reason, win the impossible sweepstakes of finding the tower, and then you go into the tower, what do you see? That's where it changes to where it's tailored to what the tower means for the individual, and how the rules go with the Dark Tower ejecting the Crimson King, so to say. And so, does that mean the tower is only for Roland, or is he the only person? That's where it's like that's where I get hung up because I'm crazy. And I like to like stay up at night and not finish food because I'm in a thought. I'm losing my mind because there's implication there, but there's never the ambiguity is the only answer because it's ridiculous. You couldn't be that specific, or else you've got the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and that's just ridiculous. I mean,
classic children's book that I've never read.
but I mean, you can't just have it like, oh, ho hum, Alice in Wonderland, crazy through a wall, and that's it, 1 and 2, because he leaves it so wide open. It's tailored as a physical device, and that's where I get hung up. Is trying to think about, like, I've literally gone to the point of like, and this is batshit, so just bear with me. So figuring out, like, in the actual, and you guys know this because I think one of your listeners created the plot map that brilliant fellow, I can't remember his name. Chris from Australia.
Yeah.
Being a boss, and then there's the physical representation of where the beams are in the Guardian, station. The like Shardek's lair starts there, and we've got a path to go to the beam. Physically trying to find that on a map, and then trying to figure out the lore of Maturin and the turtle. It's just turtles all the way down. And you're like, nah, like. I'm pretty sure that's what they're wrangling with from lore, and that comes back into that Arthurian wheelhouse on it's Asian culture. I think it is. It's a Middle East. It's old. That whole idea of the Earth on the back of a turtle as flat.
That's multicultural.
That's crazy across the board. So I'm saying is it's very non-Western, I'd say, to say. How does that physical place represent it? And that's when you see a picture of it on Danilo's wall the first time he actually sees it. It's like, well, there it is. Ho hum, and then he gets to it. It's this gigantic,
It stretches off into infinity.
When Hooper first got me on this series and trying to describe the tower, I remember seeing the picture of Roland sitting at the beach where the tower disappears behind the sun. And I'm like, what the hell? And I was trying to wrap my brain around that because I guess I'm left brain that way because I need to know what does that even mean, and it's hard to conceptualize physically. So referencing the story, that's why they keep the tower as a location. See, that's what I just want to get, like, Stephen King is, older, and we'll just have him there till he needs to take a nap. But get Robin Firth in a barbecue setting and just say, look, explain this shit for me, will you please, for the love of God, and just pass around the peace pipe, so to say, or the whiskey bottle, and just kind of like get into the complete and total nitty gritty on this. And I think I would be the happy man if I could die after hearing that information.
Well, what do you guys think the tower is?
What does it mean to you?
I always pictured it more as like I guess the personalization from Roland, like because I always pictured that almost more like for since you guys both mentioned Star Trek, like the Nexus from Generations that kind of is different for everyone that approaches it. Like I feel like if Eddie or Jake or someone had been there with Roland, I almost feel they would have been forced to go through individually, or they would have if they would have gone together, they wouldn't have been together. They would have been seeing their own whatever. Like I don't know. I've always pictured it that way, a little bit more like spiritual and like kind of judgmental, like a little bit, like almost like
Life flash before your eyes when you die, kind of a thing. Like this is your life in kind of slow motion.
yeah,
Like
yeah. Like, because
origin.
I feel like there's like definitely a judgment for Roland, right? Like, as the things that he's seeing, like there's some judgment involved there, where it's like this is your bill, and I'm not sure what it would have been for Jake because he's obviously young, but I don't necessarily think that like it's just for Roland, although that is I think that's an adequate take as well, because I don't know, like there's a lot of destiny involved in this, so maybe it is just for Roland, but I never pictured it that way personally. That was never my takeaway.
Eric says in the chat the tower is not the thing that Roland climbs at the end. That is also a physical representation. The tower is all of existence, all space and time.
Yep, that's how I feel too.
Yeah.
I think that it's physically representing all those multiverses, and that's something that's with the Marvel thing and the actually in string theory and like actual science is coming to a head about this. I think that looking forward and hope, I hope so much for this to be done in some fashion to where we can really interpret that on the screen, so to say, of multiverses is not outlandish. I used probably in the 80s it was like what, but now it's very common, or it seems to be like it's drumming up support and commonality with media and entertainment.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think the longer it goes, the more feasible it just be the right time, so to say, for certain things to represent that tower. And I think that'll conceptualize further in the future. But all existence in space time, especially space time, instead of just saying time, and that concept of how you interpret time being relative, and
Yeah.
it's something that King uses all the time. So I love it. Like one of my favorite things to think about in the scenes that I like when I'm making music and I'm thinking about scenes that need something to have that more so you can really feel it. And I want to, like, as a creator, I want to create something that someone would hear and say, "Hey, yeah, that's a great idea. I can hear what you mean by the like when Jake's running to the vacant lot for the first time and he's running up the street and he's going up Second Street and eventually before he knows it he's like running, in joy because he's being drawn. That concept of that representing the tower as another thing as well, is just beautiful.
Yeah.
I think that they will definitely have opportunity. Sorry.
Yeah, no, definitely. Well, I do think as we're approaching the 4-hour mark, I think we might
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
no worries. I mean, it's like it's Peter and I. This is what we this is not nearly our first 4-hour episode. So.
No.
But I know
And it won't be our last either.
No, and I know we'll be here all night if we don't at some point cap it. So great conversations though. Let's go ahead and hit the outro stuff real quick. For anyone like maybe especially new listeners, as we mentioned at the top of the show, if you want to subscribe, rate, and review us on any podcasting service, we'd appreciate that. You can find the show notes at darktowerpalaver.com. All the articles we covered today will be linked there, as well as, like, for instance, the Aaron Paul interview. That if you want to read that in its entirety, which I recommend, find the link over there. Also, if you want to be like Alan and become a Patreon supporter on Patreon, you can do that at patreon.com/darktowerpalaver. And Peter can tell you the ways to contact us. Normally we do an email every episode, but for this episode we made an exception on that. But normally we have emails every episode, so there's plenty of ways to do that other than email. Peter can tell you about those.
So emailing us is darktowerpalaver@gmail.com. Check out our shows on YouTube. It's youtube.com/darktowerpalaver. Make sure to like and subscribe. Ring the bell to get notifications for when we go live. And then our social media is facebook.com/darktowerpalaver. And then the Twitter is @darktowerpod. That's @darktowerpod. And Instagram is darktowerpalaver. All one word, no spaces.
Yes, indeed. So we will, like I mentioned earlier in the episode, kind of in passing, but our next episode is going to be our Stand episode, talking about the new adaptation of The Stand, as well as I'm sure we'll kind of get into the whole book in the first series as well, because that's all part of the same conversation. But that'll be the next episode, and then after that we will be back with a book club, back to the Wastelands, and then that'll bring us into most of the way through April, or half the way through April. So that's what we got upcoming. As Peter mentioned, the YouTube, I think now I have it set up to where you could see upcoming videos, so you could always grab those and hit the reminder on those specifically to join us on the live stream. We had a lot of people joining us today. As well as all the social media. I always try to blast it out there too. So keep your eyes open and join us live if you can. And we'll sign off as we always do by saying long days and pleasant nights.
Long days and pleasant nights, folks.
All right. Thank you guys for first of all in the chat. Thank you guys all for joining us. It's been a good long episode, a lot of cool discussion, a lot of news, and thanks everyone for joining us. Do you guys want to say goodbye to everyone in the chat as well?
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Support this channel. Support these guys. It's a great outlet for those of us that feel a little bit crazy and need to talk about these things or go tangent style. At least thinking tangent style. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking with us through all this rambling and what have you. And well met.
Yeah, indeed. So thank you guys, and like I said, keep your eyes open. We're always going to be live streaming. We'll be back in a fortnight. I'd love to see that word make a comeback in normal usage, but I don't know now because now there's a video game or whatever. But in a fortnight, 2 weeks, we'll be back for another episode as we talk about The Stand. See you guys later.
Thank you. Take care.